flesh. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I wanna be the savior. Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called the ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you could take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just wanna have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
Yeah, get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up.
Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up.
We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me, live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta
get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up. Oh my God. Give it a green light. Oh my God. Give it a green light. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you give it a green light. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night, all night. Oh my God. Give it a green light. Oh my God. Give it a green light. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up. Give it a green light.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now, whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the Alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so sorry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, going to the banner world. Who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang on a back team with the versatile. Rat-tat-tat-tat all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres de Omega con la oh no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no traigo la peña, las del sheriff se lo llama el chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré vi por el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. breath.
Of hell, maybe we're already there and too close to tell. In another life, we might be playing it safe, but not here with fear. Now we're playing with fate. Don't be fooled or mistaken by my angel face and just a high head looking for a reason to break. I'm the wizard in death.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pound pun out. Pack on now, yeah, I'm a kite to ying my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงฮูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Need the pepper pick a pack of peppers people like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hoop don't sleep don't punch me Problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสนิทกูขอสกิด one punch. You win ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the world shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, bruh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, oh. What a hoop, don't sleep, don't punch me.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. After weeks of brutal battles, triumph and heartbreak, we've reached the final chapter of Stage 1. Hello everyone and happy Grand Finals Day. Today, Team Heretics and Fnatic will be fighting for a very, very beautiful trophy. And let me tell you, a heavy trophy too, heavy with expectations, history and pressure. So, since it's such an important day, I have decided to assemble the Avengers from a lot of different places in the world to join me and deliver you guys a great show. Let me introduce everybody. I am Yingsu, your host. I'm joined by guitarists from the Turkish broadcast, but also from Muğla in Turkey. Did I get that right?
Muğla in Turkey. Yeah, that's
okay.
right.
You guys know Petra. She's part of the English broadcast now, but she is from the Netherlands, Friesland.
Friesland. Yeah.
So close. Moving up to Kakuka, originally from the Spanish broadcast, came over to the English broadcast.
Coach, technically.
You're welcome. From Granada, of course.
Yes,
of
correct. Correct.
Andalusia flawless. Billy, I will not dox you this time.
Thank you.
But she is from Dundee, representing. And Uri, also from the Spanish broadcast, born and bred in Barcelona. We love Barcelona.
Best city in the world.
I actually have to agree kinda with this. So yeah, we're gonna be here taking you guys through the pre-show for now. And welcome all 5 of you. I'm so happy that you are here with me. And I'm so happy to quickly talk about what happened yesterday, because we had to say goodbye to Team Liquid.
We have to say goodbye, but we are gonna see them in Toronto again, so it's not like a big loss. I mean, they could still win the Masters. They have that opportunity. But I'm happy for Heretics because of the Wood and Rians, you know, all that. But they did a great job learning from their mistakes through the whole season, and I think they will do it again.
It's important to see the teams bouncing back. Also for the side of Heretics, we had seen them lose in the lower bracket and kick off against the same opponent. So it's good to see that they still have that light after that loss against Fnatic. And they ended up in a 3-0 with a plus 81. They completely decimated Team Liquid.
Yeah, I could just see Uri standing over there, all smiles, knowing that Heretics did a good job. But if we take a look at the bracket, it's been a long road for our teams to get to the grand finals. How's your pick'ems? Is this what you had?
That's what I didn't expect that. I expected Heretics reaching the grand finals from the upper bracket and Team Liquid reaching it from the lower bracket. Fnatic losing it.
Oh.
Do you know what? I think we had so many amazing storylines this stage. I think BBL was such a great dark horse through that lower bracket as well. So yeah, I'm really impressed with the kind of competitiveness that we've had throughout this stage.
I think your pick'ems, Petra, are doing quite well though. Since you've joined us, you've predicted almost everything. You guys don't know this, but there was one point yesterday you were like, they're gonna get 8 rounds and then this is gonna happen, and it all happened.
Actually, yeah, that's true. But I think I was expecting more Liquid to be in the final.
Oh.
With Heretics.
Ah, okay. There's some upsets going on here, but as guitarist put it, we will see Team Liquid at Toronto, so don't worry. But before we get into our grand final, I thought it would be very nice, as the 5-year anniversary of Valorant is approaching us in June, for us to kind of quickly reflect on the last 5 years and talk about our personal favorite memories. And Kakuka, I will start with you and start strong.
My favorite...
your favorite memory.
In this 5 years, I'm gonna have to go with Masters Berlin, because it was the first LAN that we had after all the COVID, and you know, it was also my first LAN working in the English broadcast. I had a lot of fun. We also had Gambit winning it. I think that it was a before and after for many reasons, but I enjoyed it because I got to do things that I loved that I didn't know that I loved. That dress that I was wearing there, I thought that it was going to look hideous on me, and then I tried it on. So I was,
and I was there.
Yeah, you were there, and it was very good. But I had everything that I needed. I had a lot of people from the Spanish broadcast there with me. I was able to cast from a kitchen. I did my first interview with translation. It was look at us, like what a picture.
Yeah, it was so cute.
And we also had Gambit winners. So to me, it was the best that it could have been.
Yeah, I'm really upset because I was actually allowed to wear my Gambit jacket today and I forgot it. I left it at home.
And it goes with your fit as well.
It does, but okay, next time. I'll move on to you, Uri, since the Spanish broadcast, casting from a kitchen, you've had those times. Yeah.
I know you expect me to choose some Paper X memory.
Yeah, yes, we all expect that.
Excuse me, I will disappoint you. My best memory, it could be Heretics qualifying for Masters Madrid. That was a very important event for the Spanish community. But I will choose something really personal. Sentinels against Team Heretics, Masters Madrid 2024. I was not casting that game, and I decided to join the Heretics crowd. And suddenly, I don't know why, but suddenly, the Heretics crowd starting chanting my name.
I know why, they love you.
And that's a memory I will always remember. It's something really special, and that's what I will always have inside.
It's so wholesome.
That is very wholesome. But I spot a Sentinels jersey, by the way, in the crowd. I saw 2 Sentinels jerseys.
A traitor.
Oh,
And Cuba! Cuba has made it to VCT EMEA. That is crazy. All right, we'll move on. And
They want to be part
Petra,
of the best region.
yeah, I think we could guess yours, Petra, but I want to hear from you. What's your best memory?
Winning Game Changers Championship in 2022, of course. I mean, it was super great. We went there, no expectations because we lost the last stage. And once we beaten C9, we were like, hell yeah, we can do it. And we won with the reverse sweep.
Yeah, the finals was so exciting. What a flex, by the way, from Petra. Like, all of our memories is watching from the side. Yeah, I can't relate. I actually cannot relate. But yeah, that's an amazing memory. And Billy, I got spoiled a little bit by this, but I think yours is like somewhat connected.
Mine's is very much related to Petra's, yeah. So mine's is actually from the game where you guys beat C9 White. It was the first time that we got to see Giuliano pull out the Yoru on the Pearl. So for me, like watching this, I was just like, this is insane. Of course, Yoru only came out this year, Pearl only came out this year as well. So it was just such a delight to watch. I remember thinking like, oh my god, what mind tricks are G2 Go's going to pull on C9 White here? So yeah, I think for me this is probably the best memory and the most I had ever kind of geeked out on Valorant at that point in time.
And then everyone copied, right?
Yeah,
right.
right.
The trend.
She was a pieneer.
Trendsetter, yeah. It was like the Reina, then the Yoru. Every single time that it was G2 big in Pearl or playing into Pearl, we're like, what Giuliano are we going to get today?
How does it feel to also be an EMEA team that's good on Pearl?
Pretty good. But actually, there are more EMEA teams good on Pearl in the Game Changers.
Not on this stage. On this stage, we haven't had the best Pearls in the world. But I think yours is a very special one. We might have something in common here.
Yeah, but I'm still not 100% sure about it because I'm still thinking about the champions in Istanbul and the FUT and BBL watch parties in Istanbul. They were all great, but if you are talking about achievements and favorite moments, it's probably FUT Esports reaching to top 8 at Champions because it's the biggest success of Turkish Valorant history, and that's still a special one for every single player in Turkey because people believe that they can do the same thing with enough dedication and they can reach to the top with a good team, with a good coach, with just good environment. So that's a still memorable moment for me.
How hyped were you casting BBL, knowing that BBL was so close to making it as well? Was that special?
It was a great moment for me, but then a distraction at the same time because we really believed that we are gonna win, and it didn't happen. But still, it's the biggest achievement of the BBL. So.
I reckon that might be your favorite memory if BBL did win. I think that will replace it, right?
Maybe.
That's such a big deal.
Yeah, gonna see it in a few months.
I love how wholesome everyone's is. I feel kind of bad now. I went down a slightly more hee-hee-ha-ha way on my favorite memory, and I'm gonna paint the picture for those of you that don't remember this. Masters Tokyo, Fnatic versus EG in the grand finals. And I'm talking about the walkout. I'm not talking about anything that happened in this game. I'm talking about the song, if anyone remembers in the crowd who remembers that song. Yeah, this song, Kron's wingspan, how is he reaching both sides of this? We need to, oh, did I miss the deck? The deck is my absolute favorite. We missed it. But yeah, of course, the announcer Oda coming out screaming. Then you've got Boaster dancing to Misamo, followed by Leo and Alpha that don't know that the crowd exists because they're so cold. And we top all of this off, by the way, with Mini of all people doing the ×2, and then they end up winning back-to-back. Like, what's better than this? I don't know.
I also
maybe winning
loved,
GCC.
Like, if you see all that crowd, that hole was that catwalk was super long, and the Japanese crowd was amazing. Like, throughout the entire tournament, you could see that they were just in for the game. They didn't care. I mean, I assume that they cared it to some point, but for them, the teams did not matter that much. They just wanted to see good Valorant. They were super invested. I hope that we go back in the future.
Oh, hold on, this is the best bit. Mini! Mini! He's 5 foot tall and he's done that. That is absolutely insane. But of course, that is our favorite memories we shared. But I want to know what you guys think and how you feel. And speaking of, I've got Logan's biggest fan standing by. Over to you, Mitchman.
Yeah, you know me all too well, Yinsu. Thank you very much. Yes, so we're talking a lot about the 5th anniversary of Valorant and our favorite moments. So we wanted to touch base with the fans and see what moments stand strong in their memory. So Luckily, we've got some beautiful fans coming here to help us out today. I'm going to ask you first, what's your name and how far have you traveled? Where have you come from to see the show here today?
My name's Matt, and I've traveled, I'm from Nuremberg, Bavaria, Germany. I've traveled today to see Fnatic win, right? Even though I got to betray them.
Yeah, what's that underneath the jacket?
It's a Genji shirt, yeah? Genji right here. Let's show it again.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a betrayal, but you are representing Fnatic here today, at least.
Fnatic all the way today. I think they are going to take it away.
Okay, well, we'll see. I think a little bit of a different opinion on the other side. What's your name and where have you traveled from today to see our show?
I'm Luna. I'm from the Netherlands, Rotterdam. So I traveled a bit by train. And yeah, here for Heretics this year. I think my favorite moments last year, I was here for stage 1 final. Of course, a difficult moment with the reverse sweep, but I really fell in love with this scene and this place here. So that's why I'm here again today, hopefully to see Heretics win. And after yesterday, I really believe in it.
A little bit of deja vu as well, seeing the Heretics Fnatic matchup here. And what's your favorite moment, Matt?
It has to be Masters Shanghai, Genji winning. I mean, they came so close before Masters Madrid, losing only to Sentinels, but then they won it, and that's my favorite moment. Like, I felt so much joy in that moment when they won.
It's great to hear as well. Now the Genji shirt makes a little bit more sense, doesn't it? Well, that's our favorite moment down here on the stage. But there's plenty more moments to come in the future of Valorant and here with Heretics versus Fnatic. Before that, though, it's time for the news.
Welcome to the Valorant News Network EMEA, your most trusted source for all things Valorant.
Coming to you live from Berlin.
I am Yingsu Collins.
And I'm Petra Stoker.
Our top story of the day, Fnatic have officially requested a restraining order after Crashies experienced repeated instances of stalking. We obtained exclusive information that the individual hate-watching is believed to be an unemployed, jealous ex who loosely resembles a Roblox character.
Fnatic's legal troubles are far from over. They have lost the plagiarism lawsuit against Team Vitality over the elite's theft of the incoming strategy Durka Go Kill. The VCT Supreme Court ruled in Vitality's favor after the team provided extensive evidence that Safe never used the strat. It was wrongfully mistaken for his own invention of Durka Go Chill.
Well, I'm glad we have that cleared up. We have some breaking news actually this afternoon. Team Heretics have finally won an award for their latest charity project. By making the grand finals, they have guaranteed Fnatic a trophy today. I would like to personally thank Team Heretics for giving our scriptwriters a day off.
Thank you, Heretics.
You're welcome.
BBL have received positive reactions for the recent rebrand to BBW. After a fantastic season in VCT EMEA and a top 4 finish at the playoffs, a spokesman confirmed that it will now be officially be known as Big Booty Wins.
Forza BBW. Now a quick word from our sponsor. Are you sick of wasting your life supporting super teams? It's time to switch to CATS, the high-risk, high-carry investment that elevates your portfolio with an unhealthy, emotional attachments to Kiko and Nats.
I didn't understand what I was buying, but Keiko one-shot me through a smoke 4 times. And now I'm rich.
Invest in CATS today because 2 players are carrying 3 is the future of Valorant.
Next, Raito's new conflict mediation program has reportedly been a massive success in the EMEA. After years of rigorous testing in Americas, the program is designed to stop pros from beefing on Twitter and start communicating like adults. Participants had high praise for the guided apology workshops led by Chair and Trek's own Roster Mania recovery scheme.
As always, we ask you to vote for who you think should be the Dutch Player of the Week. And by a landslide victory, I have taken the honors.
Congratulations to you! Don't forget to vote again next week to see if anyone can challenge Petra's throne. Hero, perhaps? Ooh. And that is all for the Valorant News Network EMEA. I have been Yingsu Collins.
And I have been Petra Stoker.
Thanks for watching!
I was looking the wrong way.
It's okay, Petra, you can do whatever you want. But more importantly, Benji stood next to that trophy saying you're welcome. But we're hoping that that doesn't happen to Team Heretics again because Billy and Kakuka, it is their 5th grand final. Surely.
I like the potential of the meme of the "you're welcome." I think that will probably be used in the future.
Oh no! no, but not today, right, Billy? Not today.
That's already doing numbers on socials, Sue. Like, let's be honest.
I'm gonna put on my hoodie again, and I'm just gonna go with my black candles and
They need
just,
you.
and just bless Team Heretics. We'll bring it back if necessary throughout the day.
They need you, because they are gonna go up against a Fnatic in this grand final, a team that's won many, many grand finals in the past, and Kukuka most recently decimated Team Heretics in the upper bracket.
Yeah, and crazy to say, both of these teams, the only losses that they've had this stage is to one another. Fnatic also during the group stage, but then we get that revenge when it comes to the playoffs, and Team Heretics gets the first loss after the recovery that we had seen from stage 1. But let's be honest, for most of the people, this was supposed to be the final. As we're saying, we're running it back. We were here last year on stage 1, and maybe today is time to change the narrative.
Well, this is the thing. When we think back to stage 1 of last year, of course, it was Heretics that came in through the upper bracket. And this time, the script has flipped, right? We've got Heretics that have had to come in through the lower bracket. I mean, of course, they're not going to have that map veto advantage coming into this today. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. So yeah, I think for this, it's just like, they've got a redemption arc, right?
They lost the bucket? You're telling me Heretics lost the bucket?
Yeah.
That is crazy. But I mean, our trophy is so beautiful today. I think they're going to have some incentives to try and win this one. And I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off, because we're going to do this every single time Heretics make a final and not win, because as you can see, there's been a few times, and every single one of those times, it's not just like they lose in the final, it's they play well in the final. They should win the final. They either get reverse swept or they get Kong on.
Yeah, I think that the last one was the one that hurt the most. I remember that you and I were there and we were speaking about it, and I remember when EDG started winning, I said, please, anything but in the 5th map. Like, not again, not like this. For Heretics, of course, it has to be one of the, if not the loss that has hurt them the most. But I think that things, you know, are ready to change.
Yeah, and we've heard it from the players themselves, actually. Yesterday, Benji, Fishy, and Boo shared a little bit of what they thought of the 2nd place curse.
You know, I think if I was to go into tomorrow thinking about the 2nd place curse, we would have already lost. And I think that's the same for the rest of the team. We're not going to think about the curse. We're just going to play the game, you know. So yeah, and if it goes well, then it goes well.
You asked about a mental block. The thing is about mental, there is no no stages. Like every single day you need to kind of overcome it again. Like every single day you wake up and I don't know, something might be different, and that's what we work on every match day, every practice day. Yeah, it's not a given that, okay, now it's lifted. It's also not a given that we cannot win. It's just, I don't know, a job of every day.
It's very nice to hear that they're getting over their demons. Very quick interlude. Batty G is in the building. We just saw him. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming. But yeah, really, it's nice to hear themselves kind of learning from their past mistakes.
I'm glad, because I think even yesterday we saw glimpses of that against Team Liquid, where it felt as though they were almost playing as if they'd won, which was allowing kind of Team Liquid to get back into it. So yeah, I'm hoping that going into today, they don't let that kind of thing come over them again.
No, absolutely. I think that the prospect for today is different completely. If you're on the side of Team Heretics, you just have to be very focused. Like, you have already proven to yourself that you can do it. You know how to lose. You should know also how to win.
Yeah, and the fashion in which they won, right?
Oh,
yeah. We already had worries about their best of 5s. We have no worries about their best of 5s now.
Again, it's also the fact that they ended up with a +81 against Team Liquid yesterday, which is crazy, right? And each player had like a very good performance on the 3 maps that we saw. Like, I believe it was Rian that started with a +17. I'm saying this from memory, so it's going to be bad. No, Benji started up with a +17. Then on the next map, Rian's went +20. And then on the final, Wood was like +21 or something like that, something crazy. And it's like the individuals have maps where they're feeling more comfortable. And I really feel like they're enabling each other in the best way possible.
And you heard it from Boo yesterday, if you guys didn't see the interview, which was, this is our best chance. They're saying we're most confident as we have ever been. Our team is the best we have ever been. If we don't win now, I'm going to start getting worried for them.
I still think that it has to do with the map veto as well. I think that might play against them. We've mentioned it in the past that we have questions about what Fnatic can do on some of the maps. But now with Heretics not even having the possibility of banning a map, that is the only thing that I see going up against them.
Yeah, and the fact there's a lot of experience on both sides at this point. But the fact of the matter is, no matter what happens today, some some players are going to be picking up their first domestic trophy. As you guys can see in this lower third, only 3 players have won domestically. And some of you might be sitting here thinking, that math doesn't math. What about Crashies? He's never won a domestic title! Billy, that seems insane to me.
It seems more insane that he could win his first in EMEA.
Yes!
That's crazy!
We're the best region, that's why.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think when we look at Crashies and, you know, the kind of year that he's had with Fnatic so far, coming into this roster, I think, if anything, it's just a testament to Boaster as well and his IGLing, right? Having 2 new players join Fnatic, they're already back into the kind of Fnatic form that we would expect because they have that structure around these new players coming in. So yeah, I just think like it could be their best shot.
Do either of you want to do a impression of
I'm good.
Alpha and Crashies?
Okay.
Give your best shot.
This is Boaster speaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alpha's like, yeah, I won so many titles domestically, it's okay if we lose. And then Austin is like, no, bro, I want to win. I've never won domestically, man. Come on.
That's actually pretty good.
Was it good?
I give you an 8 out of 10 for that.
Thank you.
But this is,
it.
I love the juxtaposition here of Alpha saying, I don't care if we win or lose. I won so many, but Kakuka, it's Crashy's first domestic trophy. That's got to mean a lot to
Yeah,
him.
of course. I think that especially since we changed the tides and what it was more defined of like domestically, and especially since partnership, yes, he had a lot of success with previous rosters, winning like challenges and so on, but it's not the same. It's not even close, and especially the lifting that trophy with a team that you've been battling out for an entire season, knowing so well and learning from your opponents makes a big difference.
Yeah, and imagine we have back-to-back winners with an import. You know, we had Les at kickoff, and then if Crashies do it here,
maybe you should put that in VNN, you know?
We should.
For next time, it's like, these are the imports that are available.
We should, and we should show the other regions how well we treat them, because I just saw Natank as well. Natank is in the studio in the building today too. But let's...
If I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but if you see the icebox and you do not do a halftime interview,
I will.
Wait,
I will.
Yes.
Send me into the crowd with Nathan, and I will get all of the juice. I will get all of the juice. But one of the, I think, points and narratives people have been kind of honing in on is what really actually separates Heretics and Fnatic. And Billy, at least from Benji's perspective, he thinks that Fnatic, they're smart, they have the experience, but Heretics have more firepower. Would you agree with that?
I think this is a difficult one because whilst firepower is obviously a great skill, you know, we saw Miniboo go crazy in that series yesterday, it's not consistent enough for me, or at least it hasn't been during playoffs. So the narrative that I'm kind of looking at coming into today is Miniboo being the rookie last year. Kayak now being the rookie this year as Fnatic's duelist. So I think for me, what Kayak provides is so much more in terms of his agent pool, his flexibility. We've seen him be consistent as well, which is the main thing. Whereas Miniboo, I need to see that consistency.
It is a scary thought to put it like this, because what this means is if Fnatic get into our heads, we lose. Because strategically and on a macro level, they are stronger than us, you know? Like they think about the game and they think within the game of how to find solutions maybe they cannot find. And I'm not going to take this, you know, like verbatim, Benji thinks they're worse, the team is nothing. No, but it is a sign of a huge respect that, of course, Team Heretics has against Fnatic.
But it's a pew-pew game, you know? At the end of the day, whoever
but what I mean is, like,
harder.
I think that we were seeing it a lot. You were speaking about the Miniboo versus Kayak, and we saw it the other day perfectly with Miniboo being shut down time and time again. That is one of the ways that you get into their head that would make oh, nice transition. That would make
not planned.
Not planned. Yeah. What I was saying, that would make it difficult for Team Heretics to go back into the game. That is literally on the #1 thing that they should take into account for today.
Let's start with Miniboo here, because the recovery we saw, you know, night and day in 24 hours, Billy, from that Fnatic game into the Liquid one. Does it really, is it as simple as it lives and dies by whether Miniboo has a good game?
I don't think so. I think, like I've been mentioning it all throughout this week when we've been watching Heretics, is that they have so many star shining players that they don't have to always rely on, say, your duelist like Miniboo. We've seen clutches from Riens, we've seen an amazing impact from Benji the past few days, and even Boo as well has been, I mean, I'm listing the whole team at this point, right? They're all amazing players. Boo as well. Boo's Gecko yesterday, by the way, insane! Like, they're all such great players, so I don't think that they have to rely on Miniboo. But again, it's like I'm saying, it comes down to consistency, especially when we look at these figures.
Yeah, and for example, when we compare not only the numbers, but also the feel that we were seeing there. First of all, these snipers, he feels so comfortable. If you give him that freedom, Miniboo will be the kind of player that looks at you making a mistake and he will capitalize on it. 100% of the times. He will go for it, he will try. And you better pray he doesn't get you because he snowballs very, very fast in games.
And somehow Fnatic just knew where to spam, you know, last time they played against each other on that fracture. Now tell me the differences in how Fnatic is utilizing Kayak compared to Heretics using Miniboo.
I think that actually yesterday we saw some of the changes that Heretics were probably making on that. First of all, if we look at Kaya like pound for pound, as Billy was saying, the hero pool has been a little bit more flexible. I think that Miniboo is better when he's put in a position to succeed in an agent that he likes, that has a lot of mobility and whatnot. And I think that Kaya is a little bit more of a Swiss Army knife, is how it's called, right? Also, the difference is that Miniboo will most likely be playing within the pack. Like he will be set up with breach stuns, with other parts of utility and playing within this kind of setup. On the side of Fnatic, it's more about the mid-round in. We can put and fake some sounds, we fake some noise, we get a kill. It really looks like Kayak is going for everything, setting up the wall and setting up a lot of situations. But in the end, it's about the mind games for him.
I think for me, like, for Kayak, the big thing I've seen is just like the development and the confidence and being able to be calm on that stage. I think back to Ascension Grand Finals last year when he was with Apex and how jittery he looked on that stage. But now seeing him so calm, composed, and the aim as well, like everything just seems so much better now that he's had time to develop within Fnatic. It goes back to them again, having that amazing structure within the organization.
I never thought I would hear him say the words. You know, I was a bit shy when I joined, but now I'm just a silly guy.
That's what Fnatic does.
Do you think that's it? Well, Kron's immune to it, I think. Kron's not been infected by the silliness.
He's the Zoomer. He's one of the Zoomers.
Yeah, but did you expect him to self-proclaim that he's now just a silly guy?
Maybe not self-proclaimed, no. Maybe not self-proclaimed. I think that's the point. But I think that shows how comfortable he is with this team now, which is just so nice to see.
That is, you know, like when you start seeing someone for the first time and you act, you know, like you're a 10 out of 10, like you're the best. Your life is so well put together, and like after a month, you don't even wash your hair anymore. That kind of thing.
My goodness, it's been a long time since I went through the 6 years since last time I can remember having that kind of feeling. But it hasn't been 6 years since we've seen Fnatic play against Team Heretics with this roster. And the last few times they played against each other, the map vetoes, you know, especially coming today, we have to address if Fnatic will get the double ban. So what do you think they're going to ban?
It's a big advantage. I think that Pearl is obviously going to be one of them. They're so lucky that they made it through the upper and they do not have to show it. As you can see here, this is the 2 times that we have seen them play, first in stage during the regular season and then on playoffs. We can see that the bans are very similar. If you take a look at the first wave of bans, which are this ones and the first on the left, we see Fnatic banning Pearl and Team Heretics banning Split. That is something that they're not going to have today. I wonder, though, if Split is going to be map 1 or map 3. I do not see it living it for the last one, but that is kind of where my question is of how Heretics is going to bounce back if they start on a map that they do not have that much experience in, and especially one that could give that momentum for the side of Fnatic.
But they know, right, Billy? They know it's going to be Split or Fracture first, surely.
Yeah, of course they know. And I think as well, like we saw that with the Fracture the other day as well, was that because, of course, Heretics have been banning Split into Fnatic, it just opened that right up for Fnatic to be able to pick into. And they found so many flaws in that. It was the map that Miniboo was being shut down constantly. They could not get activated whatsoever. So yeah, I think coming into today, we're probably expecting to see those maps near the start of the veto.
And the Icebox, they've leveled up since. You know, Heretics look really good on Icebox.
Oh, I would love to see the Icebox. Like, I do not think that Fnatic is going to be banning it. I don't think that it would make a lot of sense. That yeah, Team Heretics might have fixed some of the things. My question is also on the Haven, because Team Heretics is like, we're going to grab you a comment, doing better than you. So I wonder what that second ban is going to be. I'm between Haven and Ascent.
Well, if they don't play Icebox when they're tank in the building, I'm going to have serious words. But before we welcome Fnatic and Team Heretics onto the stage, let's take a moment to remember how we got here. The moments that shaped us, EMEA, as a region, and the legacy our teams are playing for today.
The
this is the game that was made for me.
I message Slasher. Maybe you can help me like getting Valorant close beta because I saw him like tweeting something about it. And he's like, bro, at least follow me. Obviously, I followed him. We had a good interaction. I got the Valorant beta key. I was like farming hard. I was like one of the best individual players wise during beta time. So I realized if I can play this kind of good, this game might be for me.
Sentinels versus Fnatic. Oh, okay, Mystic with the swing. He's looking tense. Oh my God! Magnum's got no way. Sentinels are the Masters Reykjavik champions.
At the beginning when we arrived, all watched like the Sentinels, right? Because the Sentinels was the team who won the first tournament. We wanted like to play versus them. We wanted to beat them the first time. We didn't even think that we can win. Like, it's really us.
Captain of the VALORANT Masters champion.
Winning Champions was the best moment of my life, I would say. Like, it was like that energy, that adrenaline.
Give it up for a set!
Copenhagen, we had no hope, really. I think the big deal was like there was no pressure. It was a long way with this roster, with the FPX, and finally we got what we deserved.
It's funny, like winning Lock-in was like a really big moment, but the biggest moment for me was when Loud went 2-2.
The roar of the crowd, the reverberations and echoes and vibrations.
I've never heard anything so loud in my life before. It really made me live in the moment and kind of enjoy what was happening. It was crazy. It was crazy. And then obviously the comeback. I don't even know how we came back in the end. We just kind of were playing and then suddenly we started believing again. Yeah, it was just a huge moment in my career.
You are playing a grand final against Fnatic on 4th map and it's 11-11, so you are just full focus and locked in.
He can't do it! Team Liquid, they're the winners of the VCT.
We lost to Liquid in the grand finals, especially after that game. It was kind of like a wake-up reality call. And I think if we didn't lose to Liquid, we might not have won Tokyo.
Back-to-back international winners, the first of their kind.
I think Team Heretics in 2024 did an incredible run. After the finals of Champions, losing against EDG in that fashion, the players were devastated, of course.
Wishing there was something left to lose.
We had a lot of moments where fans cheered for us anyway. I think it's much more important when someone cheers for you when you're down and not only when you're winning.
In EMEA, we absolutely have the potential to play beautiful Valorant. We have the talent, we do have the structure, we have the coaching staff.
I'm really proud that I am part of that game for this long period, and I hope I'm going to be continued to be part of this game.
Valorant gave me a chance of creating something new with absolutely new ideas, new teammates, new vision, new format, everything.
EMEA has produced some of the best players in the game. We've lifted the biggest trophies, and winning on our stage is the first step. There's always more to achieve. There is always more to win, and all of that starts from today.
They've taken echoes in the halls of history as the Stage 1 trophy calls out for its champion. Fnatic are back to defend their title. Welcome the Meta Makers, Chronicle! thrust into the lower bracket. They found new form. And now the sharpened blade of Los Niños is back for revenge in a battle for their first trophy with Woods. FNC Fishy! With the coaches, Milan and Nielzinho, the stage is set. A rematch, 1 year in the making, and it all comes down to this.
Seven out of 10 players on this stage have never lifted a domestic trophy, but that could all change today. More names are about to be written into the EMEA history books. But the question is, as we take a look at this map, Vito, what are the double bans? What are the picks? Are they going to be at our expectations of maybe Fracture and Split coming up first? Here's the $1 million question, because Pearl, there we go, is going to take it away.
It's the second one, so it's Haven that they're going to take out. Maybe Heretics did a good job and actually improve what Fnatic brought onto the table. Fnatic is going to go for Split right off the bat, leaving Icebox, of course, for the pick of Team Heretics. Makes a lot of sense. Maybe they want to change. They've seen spot some of the flaws. We saw also them changing the composition, going back to that Sova, removing the Techo. This is actually what I kind of expected. If Fnatic were to go for that Haven ban, this is what I had in mind.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think this is what I was expected. Although Ascent being left to the end, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, especially for Heretics, right? This is something that Fnatic have only played once throughout this stage, and that was a loss to Giant X back in week 4. So yeah, I think coming into Split though, that's where it gets exciting, right? Fnatic, they've played it 5 times this stage. The only loss was that 16-18 overtime to Vitality. And of course, this is the map that Team Heretics have banned every single time against Fnatic, and they've not played it since, well, I mean, the last time we saw them play it was that 10-2 comeback from Giant X.
Yes, exactly. So we know that there is a lot of things that they can do, but they can also lose it a little bit. Thinking also of the pick and split before Fracture, having that intention of we know exactly what to do here. Our double duelist can be so strong on the side of Fnatic. But Team Heretics have proven that that is something that they're extremely comfortable with. Yesterday, they showed it in 2 out of the 3 maps that we saw, and it was definitely proven. Ascent for the last one, I'm not surprised at all. I don't think any of these teams like playing that map. No.
Well, I'm going to be a little bit like Mr. Obvious in this, but I really love the way that they left Fracture as a 3rd map, because Bosa said in the past he's so comfortable on it. If they were to lose map 1 and 2, there is no better place in the world to come back from than Fracture for map 3. So they put a lot of thought into this, Vito, clearly. Let's take a look at the agent select and see if Heretics have gotten over their demons since playing Split the last time. And I mean, they're just almost copy and paste on a lot of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, they have done this with Fnatic's Haven before, and look how that works out for them. So yeah, I don't mind them doing a little bit of a copy and paste here. But I will say, although they're sticking with that double duelist, kind of leaning into that, this is something that they did play on Split last time and only ended up getting like 2 rounds on the attack overall. So yeah, I want to see some some prep going into this.
Yeah, Team Heretics, of course, they choose the defense. They were very successful, as you said, 10-2 against Dynex. It was the second half that we should be more concerned about. But moving Minibu away from the race, giving that to Woods, maybe seeing that the ISO does not really bring that much with the recent stuff that we saw. The undercut doesn't have that much value. And this two could be such a menace together.
And we haven't seen this race in a long time, so I'm excited for it. But we can't have a conversation about the legacy of EMEA without mentioning these two casters. They've given you guys the chaos, the magic, and they're going to be bringing you the grand finals here today. It's Panpop.
Thank you so much, and yet an absolute treat in front of us today. Mike, we've got the two heavy hitters. I think all of us here couldn't imagine a better two teams in the final.
Absolutely. I think as well the form, this is probably something you could have called from early on within stage one for sure, but it's not necessarily been smooth sailing, particularly once you look outside of this head-to-head matchup. But my God, the form both of these teams are in right now for a grand final, a best-of-5 spectacle. We've got a game on our hands.
Oh, right off the rip, you're calling it a big shout here. But starting off on Split. Now, how do you see the veto loaded? In my mind, this feels very solid coming out for Fnatic here. They've got what they needed.
Yeah, I think reps-wise, you probably do lean a little more towards Fnatic, but again, for Heretics, I think I haven't seen it since week 2, I believe. Again, not necessarily any concerns. I think once we get a bit deeper into the veto, we can maybe start to have those conversations, but I have to see how things kick off here on map 1. Heavy focus for Fnatic over towards B main here. It's Alpha, yeah, though. The other side of the map to maybe try and sell something. TP across here, but Spike not necessarily going to commit towards this play just yet.
You've got to look at where these players are. They're taking their time. There's going to be a little bit of a pause for thought at this point. Fnatic showing presence towards the A side, looking to maybe draw some of these rotations with this late look back towards B. And as you can see via minimap, it's working. They've pulled almost every player off here. There's that little bit of a question mark being raised into Woot's mind of, guys, could they be going B? And we can already see it. Fnatic are on site. Woot's a little too late to the party. He might be rushed down here. He could be vulnerable. We know he's on his own towards CT, but now he's got support. But Alpha, in the meantime, finds Benji. The layers to this pistol look lovely for Fnatic. Now, can Heretics fight back by any means? Boo burns the paranoia. Rienz is no utility. It's just going to be the fight. Let's not clean it up. Beautiful from him. And a stunning start for Fnatic.
Kicking things off with 4 on the pistol round. Fnatic not shying away from the fight, able to take a breather almost here, partway through this hit. It's Kayak the one to deliver the kills.
Good shit, boys.
Looking clean.
Just like in my dreams.
Oh, maybe had a vision ahead of time.
I thought it was him and Crashies in the dreams, but seems that Kayak's making an appearance. But 4-0, what a start for him. And we talk about Kayak, if he gets confident early, what this guy can do. And, well, that's certainly a start to be had. But I love what Fnatic were doing there. Heretics now getting farmed up. Alpha wants in on the action. Eco Cobra moment for him, happy enough. And the rest of Heretics, well, you're looking for small victories. Now, I don't think you're going to get many.
Being one of them, maybe. Trying to force Fnatic a little deeper. Posturing up. There is some aggression. Obviously, you can see elsewhere on the map, tons of space for Kayak to move into if he does want to make moves. The ping's coming through towards Heaven. We might be able to get here, but again, no paint shell now, only a classic. Difficult to really do any damage or put up any sort of resistance here.
Cutting through.
A trade-off here at the orb.
Just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, really. Doubled up on site, though. Could get a little, I don't want to say, it's not going to be dangerous, but there's a chance to do some damage. Chronicles already cleared Benji, putting Woot next in line. This is looking very concise. Boo the last one, and we can see where he is. He's pretty far off from this. And I guess if we talk bigger picture, as you were kind of talking about, yes, this initially does look like a Fnatic-favoured veto at the very beginning, as you'd expect with the way it goes down. throughout kind of, I guess, this year, if you're looking at it, Fnatic sitting at 4 wins, 2 losses, and then Heretics, 1 win, 1 loss. It's not up high in that veto for them. So for Heretics, I don't mind them going for that little change up here in the composition as well. Try something out, and Alpha to close this round down. In zone flawless round 2. Fnatic mean business.
Looking very, very clean so far. Flag really going to have his ultimate available. Is anything real? I mean, again, with the composition change, really just comes down to how well Woot can perform. In eyes towards Riens as well in that regard. You're looking fairly all in here. I mean, the only member of Fnatic disconnected from this is Boaster. It's going to be a commitment off rip here for Fnatic. Where the wall is committed. Maybe just going to sell a fake once again with the TP. Nobody from Heretics really moving forwards for info here. That makes it even more difficult really for Fnatic to sell this.
Heretics just going to hold the numbers now. 2 of them here. And the spike is still the Crashies. You're starting to see that move. That's how you can kind of determine where that commitment may reside. Kind of definitely trying to draw eyes and draw attention, but no one's overly biting on it, right, as you're alluding to.
Yeah, and what's key is actually the timing on the smoke here on B main, allowing Boo to slip a little deeper. Time to does have mini Boo as well here, but now you almost feel as if you don't want to see them committed towards this site hold. Kayak gonna dimensional drift.
Smoke back up towards main.
The problem being now, like I said, these committed positions now become a little concerning if they can't get away from sight.
This is getting tough. Boo is surrounded here, and the great paranoia, but he's been pinned down already. Kayak was on a mission there. With Alpha removing Mini Boo at the same time, they got caught. They got punished for those 4 positions. And the other 3 were the over towards that A site. A brutally long road to come back in on Fnatic, playing a gorgeous game of Valorant currently. Can Heretics do damage? They feel almost absent to these rounds.
So probably going to be holding on to these rifles now. Rien's down at 14 HP. Round 4 purchase isn't going to be there if everybody falls. Looking like back-to-back in-zone flawless rounds here for Fnatic. And like I said, yeah, Heretics kind of need to make a call here on kind of trying to anchor that site that only has 2 members. Again, early rounds, you can let some of these fakes kind of slip through the nets.
And kind of on that, though, I do want to highlight how good Boo's been at that mid-rounding normally. It's one of his strong suits that I love to watch with Heretics. I think he's a very cerebral player. But when I say that Heretics have been shut out, I don't even mean it just theoretically. I mean, looking at the numbers here, Mike, only Boo has drawn blood. That's it. Everyone else is sat on 0, yet to get off those starting blocks. This just feels like there's no opponent on the server. Fnatic just having complete freedom, carte blanche with whatever they want to do.
If that trend does continue here, so if actually Heretics might try and put something in motion outside. Hey, this time around there's members of Fnatic to punish such a play. I think as well in this round, Heretics are probably feeling as if they need to send out some fact finders, figure out what the default looks like.
But we've been seeing the pacing Fnatic have been playing with. It has been deep, and that's an isolated pickup. A bit messy from Alpha there. So a lovely bit of work for Mini Boo. That's going to maybe share over a weapon for Boo potentially, and you can already see that the rotation's going to be trying to support this A side. Benji is here. Got himself the Phantom. He's about to drop though. And the flash to set him in. Kayak on the corner, doesn't get affected, but he notes presence. They are all going up towards this, look towards the Ventus, the player on the other side! Completely unaware of Boaster. And again, this is methodical. It's near on mechanical from Fnatic. Look at this! Heretics not even getting a glance into this. Boo recovered the weapon off the body of Alpha, but he's on the wrong side of the map. The only one here is Riens with a classic. Mike, he's good. I don't think he's that good.
Wow. Have to get a couple for free here. It doesn't even look like Kayak will give him the chance.
Jesus!
It's shut down here. It's looking clinical for Fnatic. Boo's going to be able to find anything. Crashies to remove any hope here in round 4. First time we've really seen Heretics go exploring to, like I said, try and figure out what the back line looks like. No surprise to see a timeout called this early on here. Do need to see some sort of adjustment. Because, again, here, I guess a body in hand, it's Benji to come up and pick the slack up, and there's just a huge gap in mid here that Boaster identifies very quickly.
Yeah.
I guess also kind of symptomatic of the other rounds, just total freedom across the map.
And I guess this does play into then kind of talking about the next step here. Obviously, both of these teams are going to Toronto. That's not you know, what's being fought for here. But also, we're starting to see the deeper vetoes and potentially faults here, right? This is a map that Heretics will need to correct. If this is them coming out here, obviously it's not high up in their veto list, right? This is not a go-to selection for them, but welcome to Best of Fives. Hey, if we're going to talk about big events, Heretics in Best of Five, right? We've got to talk about longevity with them. This map so far, they haven't looked like they've got their footing at all.
I think as well, you're not necessarily on the defensive side going to see much for the comp adjustment. Even so, really lean towards many changes, but have to see, again, whether or not they do just sit back towards it. The problem being, if they can continue, well, I was going to say continue doing this sort of thing, looks like they're potentially going to sell a fake once again.
Yep. And this looks so similar.
Yeah, because Heretics almost play themselves out of some of these rounds if they can't, you know, pin down somebody for an opening engagement. Almost.
Here again.
I mean, both duelists on this side of the map, alongside Riens. They all go up, but playing so deep that it's not going to ping anything.
A little bit of an exchange, I guess. If you know that they're playing deep, maybe off even just that previous round, okay. Push
And
a
what's
player
key
up.
here is coming out of the timeout, Fnatic almost anticipating some sort of set piece or aggression.
Lovely
Spike
sit.
actually left in spawn this time around.
But they've replaced that question mark for Fnatic now on both sides of the map, so it's very hard. They have to send bodies, they have to fully commit, which they're doing here. So they attempted it towards A, and they've been kind of traded out on that, so it goes back towards Fnatic's favor, as they do currently have Kayak in position. Here, it's been traded back towards Heretics' side. They've got B main, but something they don't like. Boo's reading this as it's not probably going to be B until maybe Rien's calls for support. Now, seeing this Boom bot, this should be enough of a worry, surely, but Boo is fully committing towards this idea that it's going to be towards A. That's a lot of faith in Riens and Benji to be able to do anything to hold back this 3-2 split here. The power does not connect, but Riens needs to call in.
Big win as well to throw out the C's and the snake bite.
Oh dear. Riens might be in trouble here as a bouncing Alpha flies over. It's Chronicle to claim the kill, but now Benji should be noted. That Viper util, and he's gonna do well, but there's a trade coming in. These splits are completely uncontested. Heretics need to get a grip on this, and they can't stop the rot. Boo bailed out of the site earlier on, and now punished. They can't get a grip on Fnatic.
Can't even get a look in. Didn't even catch it in the fray there, but where Bosa slipped the net once again. Another issue identified here in the Heretics defense. And it just feels like Fnatic just have, well, I mean, have Heretics by the balls, to be honest with you. There's no space whatsoever. Even Kayak coming through, catching somebody in rotation.
Woo! Let's go.
Barely off the starting block here for Heretics. Need a couple to make this, honestly, doable in the second half as well.
And look, I was giving kind of a surprise marker towards Boo's struggle to try and deal with these approaches from Fnatic, but I guess I have to then flip that coin and put the credit towards Boaster with some of his calling here. Has been great. It feels like Heretics can't be on the right side of the map ever.
No. No, it's kind of that double-edged sword, really. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You can't really justify now being in an awful position financially to time and time again kind of force the issue and get aggressive, but the little things to keep your eye on is obviously some of these utility wins that, you know, seeing the reveal, that creating a window of opportunity. Now the boom bot coming out.
I mean, again, mid, completely left open. With all that attention drawn on the extremities, Mike, it just gives them complete walk-ups. This round maybe not so much of a problem because it is just on those pistols, right? Trying to make something happen for themselves. But once again, we're seeing players in vents. We're seeing players slip up towards heaven. We saw that last time around from Boaster. They found such a flaw in Heretics, and Heretics can't seem to fix it. They're running low on time here, Fnatic, but they're still dropping the bodies. It's Rien's to find Kayak, but the spike does need to get towards A. 20 seconds now. Maybe the clock could be the factor. Can Rien's land some mad shots? I mean, okay, Carpet's rolled out towards B. Got to get there fast with the spike. But they should have time for this plant. I don't think it's a problem. Rien's can't even get there in time. I mean, I've not seen a blowout like this in, well, quite some time. To this extent.
See if they can maybe reset here coming into the buy round. But yeah, from a macro standpoint, Fnatic in total control of the split here.
I mean, it's night and day, isn't it?
Again, it's rough really to think about Benji's task here in terms of swinging back and forth, or whether or not they just commit him towards mid. Especially now in the buy rounds going forwards. Even that last round, it was Chronicle all the way over on B that ends up engaging with Miniboot. It's a very, very passive and patient approach here to the attacking half of Split. And probably pretty frustrating for Heretics as well.
Well, you don't feel like you get to play the game, really. It's just pretty solid work. Miniboot, the first to get any committed contact, but if anything, he just fall away deeper. Now, so far, this is the right read.
Yeah.
First time.
I was going to say, Heretics send a Prowler out, and actually they're ready with the Paranoia, but
they might have jumped the gun.
A little early.
Yeah, they really could have jumped the gun on this one because they were in the right place for it. Oh my God, Wood! Tries to get away. Doesn't quite make it too far as Boaster finds him in the end. Was pulling off the nookie, but not quite it. But that's going to force Kayak to pop the ult. 45 seconds, they need info, and they've just found boatloads of it. They know the Paranoia came through by B. They've seen 2 towards Heaven. They've got a great idea. Nice little drive-by from Benji, but Kayak now making his presence known. It's a 3v2.
Spike's in an awkward spot, though.
It certainly is, and Heretics can support this nice ult. That should identify 2 of them here and actually set up Miniboot. This is big work. Lovely from Heretics on the fly sort of play. Quick synergy between the both. Oh, what? How did Fnatic still win this?
Maybe a little overzealous here. Heretics looking for a confidence booster to kind of take a round away from Fnatic. Yeah, it's really rough. I mean, Fnatic have to do a lot of work to re-establish control of mid here and then the spike. You'd almost expecting Heretics to take a breath here.
One enemy remaining.
And the ult comes through. I think actually Miniboot got his ultimate as well.
Nice! Let's go!
Again, benefit of hindsight short. Maybe just a slight overheat moment, but in terms of the nerves, certainly something you want to keep in check. I was going to say early on, we are already sitting at 7-0.
Yeah, I almost want to see the coach cams as well for Heretics. I'm curious because we don't often see Heretics in these sort of positions. Hey, they've lost games. We're not saying they don't lose games, but you don't see Heretics often sat at 0-7. It's a very unique position for them to work from. And you could say it's easier to rip off the band-aid, right? Lose quickly, it's a best of 5, don't let it affect you. But you're seeing this quite animated from Weber here. Having a chat, trying to get them maybe on the same page, trying to get a solution to what's going on, because it feels like they've got no idea of the Fnatic tells. They don't know how to take space on the map, how to take any of those question marks at face value.
And that's what's key. When a team's playing like this, and I'm talking about Fnatic, obviously you look towards some of those utility exchanges and what then Fnatic looks to achieve during that downtime. Unfortunately, Heretics is gaining no value off any of their util. And even here, I feel like they've pulled the trigger a little early.
Cutting through.
Again, I think maybe they're thinking, we have no info on B main at all, not necessarily outside. We can catch them in B main, but this choke is always a little easier to lock down with a snake bite, paint shell, and a paranoia.
You're getting cheesy, Mike. They've gone for the cheese solution. And it's actually worked, at least to get Kayak down. Quick stack towards B main.
Toxin screen down.
Look for the win on the other side of the map as well, though. Crashes and Chronicle looking to find something, and a slight overstep from Boo. Punished here, create a gap once again. You can see Heretics scrambling to find the timing on this rotation.
Please. Heretics. Oh no. Good trade from Rienz at least, but okay.
Open up B, but Woot's still here. One away from the showstopper. That could be a big, big tool for Heretics to swing this back in their favor.
I'm a bit worried though. Woot's had a really quiet half here. He might feel a bit cold, but he's certainly warming up now. Big shot on Alpha. That's an instant pop of the ult. Crashies might be able to spot him out.
What's Rienz to find it?
How are you hitting that? Okay, Boaster now a 1v3, 20 seconds. Jump spotted out. C's there. They know they've caught him now. Should be a swing if they fancy it. They're not going for it though. 13 seconds. Boaster's got to get a move on. Heretics, they might be about to get there first. They do. Off the back of Rienz. In a base safe card, Thrifty. I mean, a great shot from Woot as well. That was his first kill, by the way. I wasn't going
to say it, but yeah. I mean, what a time to find it as well. Rienz 4 on the round for him, but a crucial kill. Oh, just spotted him, the readjustment from Rienz. Beautiful. Often the superstar for this Heretics roster.
Guys, 4 more rounds and we got this, okay?
Can they springboard off that one round? And actually, Fnatic, if they've got anything else up their sleeve here, in terms of their approach to split, force Heretics back into recovery mode.
Time to jump.
Close flash here, and I mean, my eyes immediately go towards Benji and Boaster in mid here. The timing on that is going to be crucial in terms of the rotation.
Feels like, until this point, Boaster's been winning it out, right? His lurk timings were lovely. Woot's curiosity could actually get the better of Crashies. Starting to maybe get a bit of a tempo read on this, a temperature check. Boot. Don't know if he spotted Kron completely there, but still, Fnatic finally getting a fight back. 50 seconds. The tempo stills. Boaster looking to maybe open up another chance towards middle. Timing's there. Boo has to back away, but he's not alone in this. Benji wins out the fight. This time controls Heaven, investing the ult on top.
But Chronicles, he's got two through smoke here. It's going to open up a site, Lauren.
30 seconds
Okay, I guess if we're just having these sort of rounds, it doesn't matter. Oh man, you thought it was maybe a chance back for Heretics, but Chronicle gets a gift from the gods. Leaving just Benji now to face the music. Fnatic, you don't get luck as well as this scoreline, but apparently with Chronicle you do.
I mean, the first, sure. The second note, the timing, I mean, it was eerily spooky. But it's absolutely huge.
Right.
I think actually, yeah, just catching a glimpse on the edge of that smoke. It's really unfortunate. Again, whether or not that's kind of Boo at max range, putting that smoke down there, or it's intended actually to give something to watch the cross potentially, but by the finest of margins, Chronicle will punish. But Heretics back in a really rough spot in terms of the finances as well, Lauren. Guardian, 2 rifles, but Woot just on a classic.
This is hard to watch.
I mean, it's excruciating to, yeah.
Yeah, because again, look, we know the caliber of player that Heretics have. It's why you'll get a 4K from Rienz to win you a round.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Right, but the difference here of capability when it comes to the team play aspect and just general knowledge on this map is stark, right? This is a great first pick from Fnatic, putting themselves up at 8-1. Boaster wants his revenge, but see his eyes there, almost looking trained in towards the mini-map, so got to be careful. Smoke towards middle, and once again clearing methodically towards his A site. Now, unaffected Rienz is the only one who seems to be firing up here. Taking away Chronicle this time. Alpha looking to take space back towards Heaven. Still a lot of players here, Mike. A good opportunity, but maybe a
30 seconds
left.
left.
Say, Heretics is conceding mid this time around. Benji up towards Rafters on B. Only a Guardian though. Still has the snake bite. Has to lock down Fnatic here if he gets punished on the peak. A little dicey here.
Oh, IRL trying to dodge it out, trying to buy the time, but he's gone down. It's 10 seconds of Boo.
Missed the cross.
It's not good enough. That's it, that's one down. Kayak now going to identify how many players crossed, at least spotting 2. Boaster. Get me out of here, Mike. Get me out of this map. This feels like bullying. Good lord, it's just Woot. This has been an absolute... I mean, that's a good shot here, but it's done for. It doesn't matter, you can't face down the whole army by yourself. Fnatic striding through this map.
There's nothing left up for chance by Fnatic. And even in where it looks a little, you can't even say dicey, where Heretics get a little victory.
Where's this shot through smoke?
Fnatic just
One enemy.
applying even further pressure.
Nice! Good job, bro!
9-1 the scoreline now.
Fire, bro.
Yeah, again.
What chilling, man?
What can you do on those sort of days when now what? Kills through smokes, things that aren't even planned for. Ultimates now firmly in favor of Fnatic. Well, Woot again. The head of the snake almost. Kayak will fall.
Okay. Oh. There's a few players there.
Yep.
First time we've seen pick against Fnatic, and now they'll have to work against the odds here. But it feels like at least slow and steady now. Should be a pretty big tell. There's a lot of presence on this B side of the map, but maybe unwilling to back away. Plenty of ults to try and cross through. Boaster's got his, Alpha's got his, Kron's got his, and a decent amount of util still left.
Almost committed towards this now with two teammates alongside him. Can he get away? This time around he's jumped up, but he's found over the top of the box.
Yeah, Kron caught him and they swing out as 3. Miniboo doing really well though, leaving just Kron alive, but this man has been doing miracles.
30 seconds
But with 12 HP, I don't see it. Make me a believer, Chronicle.
Quite just gets caught.
Now he's scaring the life out of me here though. Why does this feel doable? It shouldn't be, and it isn't. Riens, make sure of it as Heretics get their second.
Able to stick the landing here in round 11. The best they're going to hope for here is a 9-3 half. And again, the ultimate's still a concern for the final round here. Desperate, I mean, yeah, pick your poison, really. Yeah. But it's 2 headshots. Yeah, actually, Boaster and Crash is lining up there. I didn't even catch Ashley. It was a clap there.
Dummy. Good job.
Was completely silhouette behind Boaster. But like I said, these ultimates still a concern coming into the final round. This time, Kayak on his feet, so can maybe set that in motion ahead of a site hit here.
Committing on both sides. Miniboo going to be backing away. Woot's isolated here. He could be, wait, Woot's not cleared. Oh my god, okay, Woot's paint shell does incredibly well. You can have the ult on top, but it doesn't quite find it with his ult coming in. Now Fnatic eyeing up the A side of the map here. And Heretics backing away, buying time for rotation. When I say Heretics, it's Miniboo.
Well, this time around, Heretics have found fortuitous timing towards Heaven. Benji's still here. No pressure through mid this time around. It's all in from Fnatic.
Yeah, Kayak investing that ult, but it's Chronicle to alleviate some of the pressure, but Miniboo gets dealt with. Kayak and Kron up against Riens, Boo and Woot. Both of the Fnatic players on the A side. Chronicle wants the ult. It's a bit more safety here, waits for it to bloom. Pops over the spike, lets Kayak get to work. Plant gonna come in. Riens controlling.
It's covers so much space there, Lauren.
Certainly does, and Kron is eyes trained on CT.
Could get spammed out here though, you've got to be careful. Hold on to a weird off angle in front of screens here.
Toxin screen down.
That Prowler's just come in. That should be Riens noted, and there's a gap here for Kayak to watch. Now he's not going to see Boo just yet. Boo's dived in, swinging at the same time. He puts it on Kayak, drop down. Boo was waiting, and Heretics still in this by the finest of margins.
By the skin of their teeth, Lauren. We'll find the third. I think Kayak maybe looking for the TP inside the pit here, but with Kron falling immediately, that post plant falls apart.
It is finest margins, 9-3. Let's see how this one closes out on the second. Well, for the Fnatic fans, I don't think you could have asked for a better start. 9-3, Mike, and the fashion they did it was just unfathomable at times. Beautiful work from them, great calling, big individual impact, but Heretics did claw back 3.
Yeah, you could argue maybe making it doable. Certainly not how you want to come out of a first half in a best of 5 on map 1, but yeah, I mean, Kayak just taking absolute control of the first half here.
Yeah.
Heretics, like I said, just constantly on the back foot. That's interesting. Pistol round stack. I mean, this is 1.16 kills on average for Kayak from pistol rounds here. Again, actually even kicking off here. What was it, a 4K in the first one? See if that confidence has been knocked here on the side of Heretics. Just Chronicle really wants to take contact if it came, but actually Heretics under a little timing here with him slipping away. So maybe this is Fnatic poising towards a retake.
Look at the util they still have left. Quite a lot. We've got Alpha's kit, Crashies. Obviously the Prowler has been utilized, but that paint shell very much in play.
Look how disconnected Boo is though. He's so paranoid of a late lurk.
After the lurks they've been coming in against them on the first half, you don't always blame them really. But it is going to be go time right about now. The layers of utility go in and Alpha is flying straight away and no one is looking his way! You can't let Alpha go unchecked like this! Ooh, putting up the best stand he can! But he's 5 HP! Oh my god. You got something for us, NT? Bloody hell. I mean, it got interesting, but the defuse is there. Kayak and Crash is going to make it, and that's 10 right off the rip for Fnatic.
Timed perfectly off the paint shell as well. Alpha, the double satchel round. I think maybe somebody from Heretics expecting a peak to come through earlier on from there, but the utility scattered across it. You can see it in the replay. Beautifully done. And Alpha finding 2. Everything you could want from a play like this.
Oh my goodness, Kayak's killing everyone.
It's double digits already here for Fnatic. Long road back in for Heretics. Going to choose to invest here, so let's see whether or not Miniboo can get anything done. It's actually donated across here from Wu. Oh, that's the first, but Kayak actually, the high-low setup paying off for them. Be careful now.
Yeah, there was a little window of chance there for them, wasn't there? So the Outlaw gets passed over. And Crashies does need to be cautious, right? He's the one on the 25, so that lighter shield. Now it's on Woot to try and make that work for themselves. He is within this pack, so could be a chance here for Woot.
Fnatic walking this.
Oh my god, yeah, that smoke's going to drop to the terrible surprise. Or is there just a flash to come out? No, they're going to wait for the drop, potentially. Just holding the edge here.
It looked like they were going to walk all the way through, but...
There's the drop, and there's the connection. Kayak needs to back from this, though, as they try and close down. They didn't expect Chronicle. You don't get a fair fight today, it looks like. Fnatic in full form here. The first map of the finals, getting to 11 like it's nothing.
And barely breaking a sweat so far. See, Heretics now will come back in on a purchase. I think maybe Miniboo just thinks there's a little more space to swing into here.
Enemy remaining. Spike down.
Wouldn't matter too much anyway. I believe there's still a player up towards heaven watching across. Well, obviously, after the donation in the previous, only a stinger here. Actually, Fnatic very frugal as well in terms of the approach. Yeah, it's feeling pretty awkward now.
The confidence!
Yeah, every single response from Fnatic is just doubling down on what Heretics are able to achieve.
It's like, oh, we get the first pick called none traded.
I mean, you think back to the first half, on the extremities, it's always a man to the good for Fnatic. There's always a 2v1 for them. So, Benji could slip this here. Crash is still looking back, but just missing each other.
Still got, that's lovely from Benji, but oh, Kayak! Getting caught by Rienz is big. That opens up the gates completely. That's the A site for them. And look at the weaponry that Chronicle and Alpha have. I mean, well, Alpha's got a Vandal at least. And Alpha's going walkabouts. He's off. Taking a stroll. Front, slowly but surely, heading through towards CT, but Alpha's not being quiet about this. He's being rather pacey. Go get him. That's about to drop here. He's got 2 potential targets, one right, one left. He wants to set up the paint shell.
Grenade!
Thought about sending it to side, didn't. And now the cross should be the death of him. He does go down a little labored. It was Rienz to help out.
You're really here for Chronicle. You want to see him do some damage.
Yeah. Identified 2 of them up towards heaven, potentially, so, okay. Ooh, he was close on that second 2. So, held off from 12, Heretics, taking another back. Look, this is, again, there's a couple of maps in this veto that will sit more one-sided to one team. Again, even when you look at Icebox, Fnatic haven't been particularly looking towards that more often than not. However, I guess one of the wins was against Heretics, out of the 2 games they played this year. So, it is a bit tricky to guess it, but this one, I need to see Heretics warm into it a bit. Start looking like, as said, one of the best from what? 2024. Need a bit more from them. A little bit of life there. Fire up a bit. I mean, we still got Bull on 3 kills. Benji on 6. You know, it's still not quite enough here. If we get Fnatic snowballing confidence, you get nervous. Now, though, another opportunity to stave off that 12th round.
Bottom mid here. Kayak's going to progress any further than this. Have his hands full now because Boo's got some reinforcements alongside him.
Well, certainly cut out now, but they're all eyes up towards the top of middle. So Kayak gets a freebie, takes away Mini Boo, so he's right back towards spawn and just praying his 4 teammates still standing can do enough. So they've got no progress towards middle. The extremities now you look towards. Benji trying to win out that fight towards ramp, but you've got confident players against you, willing to take chances. Maybe sometimes they shouldn't. The contact made and Crashes now. Should be cautious. But already Kayak's cleared through.
And again, the timing on this, it's purely from Crash. He's feeling a little bit of pressure. Doesn't know exactly the picture behind this. That's it. Oh, hang on, Chronicle. Almost caught a nice timing on the back lines here, but unable to pin anybody down.
There we go, Crashies. He's had a quiet game, so he hasn't been needed. This would be the time to start showing up here, show a little presence, show a little force. No util to play with just the weapon in hand, and his side currently controlled by Heretics. He's got problems, but Kayak's helping him out. Boo's gone down, and now they're wrapped on the pillar. He knows where they are, and he's taking them away. This was his site. Quiet, deadly, Fnatic back in control now, up to 12.
Crash is so disciplined on these beats. And it's only really the smoke, the supportive smoke actually, that allows him to slip a little deeper. Buying a little time for Kayak to come through. And here Boo, unfortunately just caught completely off guard. Kayak sitting at 26-5, by the way.
He's absolutely put Mini Boo.
It's just outrageous to have this sort of performance in the first map of a best of 5.
It's very impressive. It really is with Kayak. And Heretics, gotta dig deep now. You got Stingers, you got Sheriffs, you got Guardians, and 1 Vandal. Oh! Kayak has got your number. Doesn't matter the weaponry, he's in the right place, right time, and he's not missing this map.
Even just sitting there waiting for the TP to come through. Didn't catch the second, but 2 freebies here to kick off round 17. Whoop, Boo and Rienz to try and recover this, but 5 standing for Fnatic, Lauren.
You have to start bringing in the avoid CNED rule. You know what I mean? If you see him, run. Flee on site sort of orders, and the map's not looking so big anymore, right? Like, let's say they try, let's have a little wander through sewers. Well, that wouldn't have been a great idea. But it looks like they're trying to split back towards B, but we can see the bodies here. It's a gamble stack, and it's correct. I mean, Crashies has heard nothing, so he doesn't need to call for support. He's fine in this. Tell them to wait, see if they can keep their composure and keep their cool in this read that's right. 25 seconds, there's not much room to pivot. It's fight forward. Try and fight fire with fire. Fnatic have got all the players in the right place here, and Chronicle is clean today. He's got both, and it's Boaster to sign it and seal it with an in-zone flawless in map 1. to close out. 13-4, Mike. What an absolute showing.
Flawless, fairly fitting, to be honest with you, for this first map. Fnatic barely missing a beat here.
They are absolutely locked in on this one. We have Icebox coming up next. Who knows if this form can continue, but that is certainly a statement sent.
We create a song right now on stage, grand finals.
I'll give you the beat.
Yeah, be the beat.
We came to grand final today against Heretics, like as usual. I'm handing the Buster because he's better than me.
And that's what I like to do. I'm giving it hard and I'm giving it to Boo. Mini Boo too.
Bossy, looking so sassy. I thought it's actually super nice. She is, because she's okay, I'm not gonna continue, guys. That shit. I'm not gonna continue.
Red Bull gives you wings.
그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거른 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you, better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down, down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 소리로만 소림없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad I told myself
It's a fantastic start for Fnatic in this grand finals. I'm your host, Ningsu, and I'm back here with Petra and Kakuka. Now, you can really... Are we bothering you? You're taking notes?
No,
good?
I was just taking some notes, and you know that my memory is very bad, and there was something that I wanted to talk about.
I thought it was a bit. I was gonna be like, yeah.
It's not a bit. It was just me just making sure that I say what I want to say.
Okay.
Nice drawing, actually.
Here's a.
I'm terrible at drawing. Do you want me? It's not Team Liquor, but I can make a drawing of this split. The last time that you asked me was also split.
You should. But my question was gonna be, you can see why Heretics band split last couple of times.
Yeah, and this was not the kind of situation of we grab a composition competition that you have and we make it a little bit better. Obviously, it's not pound for pound because we have the difference with the Omen and the Astra, but I was surprised, and the numbers that I was crunching is actually Kayak, who ended up in an amazing plus 23, as you can see. 28 kills and 5 was amazing. I think that from the get-go, we were speaking about how Fnatic had to repeat what worked for them the other day and shut down Minibu a lot. And Kayak actually went 16-0 against Minibu and his brother. So yeah,
the boo killer.
He is literally the boo killer.
Boo killers.
Yeah.
Now, Petro, right after the pistol, you looked extremely concerned. So talk me through what you saw in that pistol.
I mean, in the retake from Heretics, it looked like when they took side, there was a bad communication, and I felt like it went throughout the game from that point. Like when they were peeking towards pillar, someone should have been holding back side. But there was something lacking.
Yeah,
sure.
And my goodness, Kakuka, somebody should have been mid at some point, right?
Oh God, yes. I mean, they were. You know, it's like at the beginning of the round when we were speaking about Heretics on the defense. At some point, especially when there's like 30 seconds left, we saw such a big gap. And obviously, with the responsibilities that each and one has to take, it's like, Benji, why are you playing on site? Like, why are you not defending mid? And I feel like, especially we saw it when Kayak was ulting, that he found a lot of success. And even when he wasn't, we saw in many occasions players from Fnatic just walking onto heaven. But I wanted to take a look at these, if this plays, of course, of this ults that he was using, because I think he was extremely effective in, of course, gathering the information. The first one coming in on their bonus round, something that, of course, getting is going to make a huge difference in a best of 5. You start with the snowball of what you can get in this round. The flash is on point, the utility, everything that follows up opens up the path for them to find the kill onto Boo. Yeah, that's exactly, onto Boo. Very easy planned. And I feel like, again, the next time that he had the ultimate, we could see the exact same thing. We see the 6-0 on the scoreboard. For, the Heretics are very close to using their second timeout. And again, he gathers up all this information. Mid is pretty open. We see a couple of players here on Heaven. We have already spotted everyone. Boo is onto side, and you already have all the information. But such good rounds spotting the opponent's weaknesses from the side of Fnatic.
It was Boo twice as well. Poor Boo couldn't get away from Kayak fast enough. But to be fair, everybody wasn't getting away from Kayak fast enough on that map. And a lot of these times, it was another one here from Kayak as well, just closing the round out.
Yeah. I think that what I like the most about, for example, that round 6 is the conditioning that they were doing. We saw Crashes and him being together in a different light. We know that especially for this map, Kron is going to be alone, defending A. We speak a lot, especially when we see teams like Team Liquid, you know, when Nazi has a very particular way of playing. And we probably would have expected Kron to be in that position, but it was actually Crashes and Kayak creating such a conditioning for Team Heretics that it got literally to a point in the round that they exploded their biggest weaknesses, and it's that they have better backer than them.
Yeah, they did. And Bosa was just walking up like mid. Petra, you pray for these kind of times, right? Just being able to walk up mid for free.
Of course, yeah. And especially when it happens the first time, you're gonna expect a little bit of a counter or something, but it was so free. It was the easiest way.
Yeah, why do you think the Heretics just didn't anticipate that? Was it too late, you think, by the time they realized?
It was definitely too late. I think you should do it within the Gecko, you know? When it happens the first time, you do something about it, so they're not having this free space. It was a bit weird to me.
Yeah, it was after the second timeout, it felt like, is when they patched that hole. But let's look ahead to Icebox, because this is Heretics map pick. Surely we're going to get a 1-1.
Right?
Yeah. Right? I believe so.
I mean, after a 13-4, I like that you say that, Petra, because Heretics have to find a ground that they're going to be comfortable. In the past, it could have been Haven, maybe the Pearl going up against Fnatic, but of course, today they're not going to have that opportunity. And both of these teams have very good showings, but the last time that we saw these two facing against each other, we saw the Icebox. We saw Heretics changing and moving away from the Tejo. They've said themselves that it is something, a composition with the Sova that they have played already, that they feel very comfortable with. And of course, moving into Toronto, knowing that Tejo is going to be nerfed, is a good first step. It's a good, right?
But is it though?
But you
is
should,
it too
you should
early?
use it. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think that you should exploit it while it's there, because one of the things that makes their Icebox so special, of course, it is the Neon and the flexibility that Minibu has into performing all this quick and very explosive executes that will be so well comboed with those salvos, with those stuns. Everybody's stunned.
Petra, is it too early to move away from that?
It might be too early, but Reen's Sova though.
Yeah, that's true. It is Rian's. I feel like we talk about, you know, maybe the decision, but it's Rian's in the end of the day. And once again, the 4 rounds of Fnatic did lose on split. It was just Rian's doing ungodly things. But as we move on to Icebox as well, on the side of Fnatic, you know, we got to talk about that Sage Petra. We love it.
We love it.
We love it.
We're Sage fans.
Yeah, but how do you counter the Kayak Sage? What do you do against that?
Ooh, that's a tough one, actually.
Yeah?
I guess bait out his util early, but he's going to keep his ball and he will win the round for you, so...
He's been very disciplined on this map. I think that's the most important thing, and it's
memory
scary.
test as well.
You cannot catch him on mistakes.
Yeah, and Kayak was repeating some of the walls that he had used before, and Heretics fell for it, but I do not blame them. There was so much to clear when you're playing up against the Sage, and Kayak, I think, did a very good job in change in and securing different rounds to not be always aggressive or not be always in the push and just saving the wall for whatever is necessary.
Yeah, he's a very good player, and there's nothing scarier than a Kayak that got 28 kills on map 1 coming into map 2 and playing Sage. So there will be no changes. Natank is in the building, so Nathan, I want you to watch this map closely because I'm going to come and ask you a few questions. But yeah, how do you guys feel about this?
I think that the half that concerns me the most is when Heretics moves on to the defense, because they usually have the Boo playing alone in B and everybody else onto A. I think that Fnatic could have a very good read onto that, and they have so many facilities for getting the spike down that to me is when it's going to be decided. Well, obviously, because it's the second half.
I think it's going to be very difficult for Heretics on attack as well. You saw last game when they played the Icebox against Fnatic that they were getting bombarded on B side. So as long as they're going to bait out a little bit more of util, it should be easier.
Yeah, I do wonder if they got some more game plans, because the Icebox against Team Liquid, at least, Pansy and Hypok, looked flawless.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to this one because, one, you get Fnatic in the composition that certainly turns heads, but then you also get Miniboo on that Neon again, right? You get these kind of like really cool things on both sides to keep track of. Now, it can't go like map 1 though.
Surely.
Right?
Surely not.
Right?
I mean, it does require a bit of an adjustment. Again, we are sitting kind of towards the top of Heretics map pool here.
Yes.
Fnatic have looked great since adopting this Gecko and Sage composition. Well, almost feels like a bit of a throwback, but
it does.
to many moons ago. But for Heretics, it's going to be tricky. They have to kind of resort back to that anti-plant sort of style of play, and whether or not that really suits Heretics and the way they like to defend, we'll have to wait and see.
I like this. Look, it makes Heretics have to work, even though this is, on paper, a strong map for them, 4-1 this year. Obviously, on the other side, 1-1, right? So let's see if they can hold up to the test. Let's see how many Sheriffs are out as well. Benji going to have 1. Otherwise, it's Ghosts barring Woot. And on the other side, 2 Ghosts, 1 for Alpha, 1 for Crashy. So Heretics on the attacking side, of course, that meaning Fnatic on the defense. And you're all up to speed, and it's 1 map to Fnatic, and it was 13-4. So
say blink and you miss it. We are on map 2.
Yeah, look, I don't blame you.
If you are just tuning in.
Maybe you're making a bit of dinner, you know, having a beverage. You missed map 1. But luckily, it's a best of 5. And here on Icebox, we yet to even see blood drawn.
Nano has been cleared, so clean plant from Boo here. Full 5v5 here. In the post. Any information here for Crashies to act upon. Heretics sit back, looking pretty comfy here. No flank coming through either.
Yep, about to mention Rian still had that shock dart, just gets utilized. First bit of stall towards the spike here. Heretics not feeling pressured until now. Oh my god, right until now, what the hell? Finding both, the wall goes up, looking to try and chip that down, but you got Wingman doing what Wingman does. A boost, and he got the knife. Oh, he does the best he can, but it's not good enough. A patient retake works so well.
The wall, unfortunately, able to reinforce. There's a small window to punish that wall, and in the pistol round, it's so tough, especially when you lose 2 players as quickly as they did. I mean, the grand reveal off the wall. Salvo's coming through, forcing a couple of members of Heretics forwards. You see here, Miniboo's just in no man's land, desperately trying to slide around.
The util layering is actually really nice.
Holy guacamole! I'm the classic!
Holy guacamole. It's a big call. And this could be a big punish. Crash has got to be cautious. Does get out with his life, because we can see how quickly those gaps can get shut down when you have Miniboo playing that Neon. So you do need to be very, very careful with your timing, but for now, No harm, no foul. We see if Fnatic can keep themselves in the right place here. Minibu does have a Sheriff. Everyone else on Heretics just down on those classics, so going through the motions. Do need to kind of acquaint themselves with what they're going to be dealing with up against Fnatic, right? This is a very different composition with very, very different win cons. Okay, all good. Rienz and Minibu have fallen, so they've secured most of the site here, really. None of those extremities even being pressured. It's all very much one-way traffic. Benji and Woot, good luck. Crashies. It's farming time. Could be easier. And in-zone flawless here too.
Get the tally running for Fnatic today.
In-zone are loving them. They're loving them. Couldn't ask for a better outcome. But look, this is where it needs to start here for Heretics. They've got to get acquainted and reaccustomed to dealing with these compositions or this style of approach that Fnatic wants. But you got to learn fast. You can't let it go like map 1.
Oh,
Christ.
Look disgusting. Oh my word.
Kayak's so good today. Like, he's always been good, but like this is
I mean, yeah,
a
he's
little on top.
Gifted today. Gonna continue to be an issue for Heretics. Actually, a walk down mid here for Fnatic. Benji unable to really punish that, but maybe try and backfill this space with the Poison Orb. Did catch a glimpse of Chronicle. No damage trade-off here. Fnatic heavily prioritizing mid here. Maybe trying to catch I guess, the backside of this site exec.
Yeah, this is tough though for Crashies. Gotta be careful not to get run down here. We could see how isolated he was for a moment. Now he's got the support coming back in. That's a player spotted there. He's caught a glimpse. I think that was a Woot potentially. But Heretics being held for now. And Fnatic aren't fighting into it yet. They're happy to play on these retakes. We know what they're going to be going for here. Heretics will be able to get this plant uncontested thus far.
Again, a ton of util. Most notably, obviously, Kayak and Chronicle.
30 seconds left.
Crashies will try and pave the way here with the drone.
Here we go. Here comes that flood, you can see it. Rien's on the forefront of this. Woot doing well, but it's Crashies off the back of the flash. Rien still holding the line. Little Bro goes in and takes away the crosshair positioning, and now Boo gets overwhelmed. Fnatic breaking back in. Minibu and Benji still alive, gonna hold this down. It's not clean enough. Crashies on a heater. 3 kills for him and putting the man advantage towards Fnatic. Alpha staying alive and Fnatic converting the bonus.
Back to back. Alfier will be the last man standing, but a round 3 nonetheless.
Is this what Fnatic looks like with a purpose in these sort of finals? They want to get Crashies to win that trophy, that regional trophy that seemed to evade him for so long, and good God, they are on a mission.
This is even with Woot finding a kill ahead of actually this retake getting started, Lauren. So then the util, like I said, heavily favoring Fnatic in terms of isolating kills.
I choose you as a man this game. Come on.
Applying pressure and pushing Heretics further and further away from that post plant.
You can do no wrong. This feels like Crashies' is ult already. And the other side's still pretty far off. Kayak building towards his, obviously a very valuable piece in the puzzle. Outlaw on deck and a lot of light shields to punish. We do have Minibu with that stinger. Maybe could do some work. Benji on a Marshall. I mean, it's crazy seeing Heretics this lost so far without an answer, because they are such a good team. We know that they're a good team, but here, they are not even getting started. Boaster gonna find Boot. That's a plant denied. Woot's done well to remove Alpha, gives them a little bit more security on the site. Looking for another go. Oh! Boaster! Big impact. Yeah, up against the lighter weapons, but give him one of those. Rienz and Benji at least got the time on their side, but they're gonna need some big boy kills here. Rien's disconnected. He was the one who got them that eco round before with the 4 kills on the Sheriff. Just swings wide. It's so easy for Fnatic. They're making Heretics look amateur.
Oh, just looking at cut above today. A grand finals form of Fnatic. Just dialing back into some of that 2023 magic.
Yeah, good God. I didn't think we'd see this again. Genuinely, this level of dominance, I didn't think we were going to see. We obviously look at Heretics as the best of 2024 for us. EMEA's, real forefront runner. But they're just
Holy
so
shit,
lost.
I look good. I look good.
You do. You're nailing it. He even swore. Oh my god. And it's a very quick timeout for Heretics. I mean,
believe it was just
blitzed.
Back-to-back round 4 timeouts called.
I think so. It was 4 or 5.
It was 4 or 5 in map 1, but obviously here want to get ahead of this buy round. Couple of ultimates, I guess, on the horizon for Heretics.
They don't look happy.
No.
They're not a cheerful bunch anyway.
No, I mean, not a lot of energy down on stage either.
No.
But not a lot of things to get on your feet about, to be honest. In 4 rounds on map 1, and already here trailing by 4 in map 2.
Yeah, look, Miniboo 0-4. This guy, he is one of my favorites to watch on this map for a reason. Makes it look beautiful, right? Like really, really pretty Valorant. But at the moment, he can't even find impact. They're not playing sites, right? They've been playing these lovely retakes, very nice layering on the way back into the sites. They know their protocols. They're completely nullifying Miniboo here. He's having nothing.
So, 2 off the Hunters through, 1 away from the lockdown. Woot does have his ultimate. Whether or not you're going to see them lean a little heavier on those ultimates. The next few rounds here, obviously.
Didn't get this retake started for so long.
They really have.
Standing ahead. It's 10% above average. Okay. There's always that potential of a pace change or a look change, right? They've been playing these kind of deeper positions. Now, forefront. Big greens out for Kayak.
Yep. Operator in hand here. Could be a problem here if Heretics looking to contact up once again.
Take flight.
It's already Kayak hitting that rotate. Drone here to maybe sell something. And nobody really close enough to feel the pressure off that.
I like this from Benji, but he's got to stay patient. Yeah, locked in. Punishes Alpha for that mid-walk. But you're looking at the extra body. The bouncing drone draws the eyes away, but the trade is still there. So you have the man up to the good after the early work coming out from Benji. They have the lockdown. They also have Woot's ult here, so there's a lot to be played with. Now, do they catch a glimpse? No, early back away coming out from Crashies.
Yeah, concern's going to be that actually Fnatic are going to regroup here, maybe go for the resin tube. As Heretics now look to plant on A.
30 seconds left.
Afia back on his feet. Still bring things to level pegging here, 4v4.
You want more? Here's more.
Round of the ult going to go through. With a deeper look this time. Operator rings out a shot, so they know that's there.
Benji's got the lockdown here, and it's a very late tool here.
There
They say invested. Fnatic got to get moving.
Yeah, they really do. But the ult looking to maybe try and handle that. Going to force the fight here. Boaster clears front sight. That's Rien's gone. They're on towards defuse. They've got to be able to deal with this. Heretics, you've got to get going. They're not denying the defuse. Crashies! He sends it! Job done! Fnatic carry on the warpath. Heretics, where are you?
5 unanswered now. 4 successful defuses for Fnatic. Again, Miniboo just caught off guard here, but made to look a fool, to be honest with you. Crash is even sticking through the snake bite as well. A little late on the util from Boot, but again, some question marks behind the wall. Only the sound cue to go off. In fact, no secrets. Start of this round, Benji got to be careful. It's a double walkout once again for Fnatic, and Alpha bests him this time.
That's a rough battle, isn't it? Benji up against Alpha, but as you said, wins it out in that 1v1. Doesn't he need the backup to it? Miniboo doing his usual route on top of the fridge, but Kayak gets to stay alive. And here we are, similar scenes. Maybe a couple less ults. Well, Chronicle's got his, Boaster's got his. Here we are, away we go. Miniboo can't escape. Boaster catches him. He's on an absolute tear.
He's going to trade off pits here as well, actually.
Yeah, counter roll, and they are in this one. This is about to get really messy. Good luck, observers. Good luck, viewers. Oh, Woo catches Chronicle on the drive-by. This is just now absolute pandemonium. But Fnatic clearing house. Boaster, someone please, someone please stop him. Back-to-back ridiculous defuse is happening here. This is a nightmare for Heretics, and they can't seem to wake up.
We call it daylight robbery. Taking candy from a kid, to be honest with you. Another defuse stuck. with bodies still standing for Heretics. That gap's starting to widen.
I killed the Viper ulti flag. Oh.
So it's 6-0, and it's 5 defuses. I think, yeah, really starting to feel the heat. Another timeout called here from Heretics.
What year is this? Have we fallen through, like...
Some kind of time slippage.
It feels like it, because what the hell has just happened to Fnatic? It's like, I hate saying it, vibes look pretty good, honestly.
Well, again, credit to them, but during stage 1, they said, look, everyone's having a good time. We're feeling the best we've ever felt internally as a team.
And we thought it was just the lack of mini, but honestly, it seems more.
Yeah.
Everyone's big chilling, everyone's happy, good spirits. Everyone looks on the same page,
So
too.
that
I think
turning
that's
point in the season where I think Crashy's started to come out of his shell a little bit. Fnatic have looked fairly flawless since then. Even when, like I said, these are the two teams that took losses off each other.
Yes.
And no surprises there. On paper, evenly matched, you can argue. Kind of a discussion of form on the day. Certainly here. I mean, to see Rian's down at 1-6, Miniboo down at 0-6.
I can't believe it.
It's not often you're saying that about Heretics recently.
And keep in mind, Heretics one who put Durka back in his box, right? Made him unplayable on this map, which was a rare thing itself, but Fnatic finding solutions where others simply could not. Heretics just...
Create a little bit of a question mark on mid here, but there's actually nobody on the other side for Fnatic to really feel that pressure. Operator noted, nice and early hit. Drone invested, but Heretics seem happy to continue towards 8.
Icebox. It's just contacting up so far. I mean, little bits of util now invested as they look to burst through. It's quick as hell! And Crashy still holds a lot of space on the side here. They can play back in towards backside. Yeah, Crashy gets away with murder playing this out. Oh, not clean enough there for Chronicle, and Benji quick on his feet, taking the fight back, but an overpeak almost. Desperation, frustration being shown. Is left in the cold, iced out on this map. Boo left in a 1v3, and it feels fatal to even walk on the site.
Boo can find a consolation here. Again, got to try and chip away at the financial lead that just shows an elbow. Kayak will punish. This combo between Kayak and Crashies.
Yeah.
I mean, especially the fact that Miniboo gets caught on the cross, but the slow and the salvos, the coverage is insane.
And look, if we're starting to talk bigger game now, because we are getting towards eyeing up Toronto, you know, we're starting to talk about bigger things, is Kayak be that big game player? It looks like he is. Finding masses of impact here. Actually, if anything, overperforming. Now the stakes are even higher. Got a global UAE.
Yeah.
I thought it was just here on site, but we got a copycat out there. 7-0 though. Will Heretics finally claim a round? I can't believe I'm saying that line. But here we are. At this point, they still need to go through the protocol list of making sure Kayak's not here, that someone's not pushing up, that someone's not doing something else. See, with a deep position in spawn for Benji, because I mean, he's not having a good time towards middle.
Yeah, I mean, another set piece towards 8. Kind of just seeing if they can crack the defenses, not even the defenses, to stick the land in the post plant. To be honest, you Miniboo under a ton of it. He just has nowhere to go. Again, it's Kayak's utility to really slow him down even further. Rian's has fallen here.
These lines that he gets to work with, still posted up on the angle, not able to be forced away here. Miniboo, it feels really hard. Suppressed now on top, so he can't even springboard in. And the map gets closed. Look at Alpha's position. As much as they may want to try and join Benji on B, there's a man stopping you. We've got to look at Alpha here. Catching that cross. Oh, it's just simply lovely from Alpha. And it feels clear that someone had slipped the net. The lurk's been shut down. They know about you, Benji. Oh! I don't know about that shot, though. All right, give me a 1v5, Benji. With 13 seconds. I take it back.
10 seconds
The
left.
Guardian.
It's not getting
Spikes
back.
down a mid. Yeah, Heretics just being suffocated here.
Alarm bot out.
8 on the board for Fnatic. Very few positives for Heretics to build upon. Again, another situation where I'd love to know what's discussed in both timeouts here in the first half. Heretics just can't break through. I mean, there isn't a single plant that's happened where it's felt they felt comfortable in terms of the reset, the 2 or 3 seconds after that. And now, unfortunately, Fnatic can kind of toy with that. They can flood as a pre-take or, like I said, look towards denying the plant, applying the pressure. But again, Miniboot sitting at 0-8. He's the one that needs to create space for those safe plants.
And this boy is normally bulletproof, right?
That doesn't just ride on him, it's there. This is not at all. And to be honest with you, what can you do when Kayak is dismantling the front line the way he is?
It truly is marvelous to watch. Again, she's still confident on this, not been forced away at all. It's a step hard for sure. Spots now, doesn't back away, he still has support here. Early wave of util dealt with, but look who's watching that cross. Ready, pressure building. You can see the hesitation on Heretics, they don't fancy it.
Nah. Don't see it. Jumbled purchase here, Miniboot gonna pop the ult though. Goes forward, nobody to greet him on the other side.
Suppressed again, look at this! It's so overwhelming! And a 5v4 plants in. On a back away.
Or it's
not. The plant's denied. And there's nowhere for Heretics to run. There's nowhere for them to hide. Fnatic surrounding, as you said, smothering them this map. They want them dead. Just look at this absolute dominance. Fnatic are in full finals form.
I can hold an area pretty well.
Knocking on the door of double digits now. Ultimates here for Heretics. I mean, Hunter's Fury, been available for a while, but like I said, it's just, Heretics they can't catch their breath in some of these rounds.
God damn.
Kayak sitting at 9-1 now.
Oh
and was
my
leading
God.
the charge.
This guy's prime simple in the team.
Thank God Prius is not here.
Otherwise, we wouldn't be catching him.
Revealing area. If there's a 1v2, we know who we're not watching. Wall up, though. Ooh, okay, Miniboo, a couple more of those, and we're back in form, but Kayak still with an angle. And that is plant denied. He's not the most flashy of kills, but he's still here. A show of force. Forced away, nice work, actually. That's really good. They've got to keep him oppressed in this, and Kayak can't dance fast enough. Rienz kicks into muscle memory. Getting good damage. Crashies does have ult Kron with the operator.
Don't see it often. I'm here for it, though. Try and deny the plant once again. Force him back out. Yeah, Chronicle wide on the first, but doesn't actually take any damage yet.
Yeah, I think he fancies going back over to the Vandal. They've got to try and clear this out fast, though. 40 seconds, still no plant here. And Fnatic still trying to find a fight back. Miniboo doing well. Nice patience from him, making this difficult to find security.
Look how long it's taking, though, for Heretics to establish some sort of control
30 seconds
or
left.
comfort. Finally, the plant comes through. Alpha and Chronicle, last two standing, going to probably try and look to hold on to this operator here. Unless Chronicle finds one or two
right there
in quick succession.
This one's going to simmer away. So a break in what felt like the faultless run. Heretics finally carving a bit of room, and it feels like a lot off the back of Miniboo there as well, doing really good stuff, taking them some key engagements. And, okay, Chronicle, you know, you're allowed to miss one or two, but Miniboo finally getting on the board, really, Mike. I mean, maybe he's had a couple filler kills here and there. I don't know if he even has, but maybe just warming into the game a little bit.
Dare I say those were his first three?
I do want to see the board afterwards.
Certainly in terms of getting him online.
Yeah, first three,
Getting
it
him
looks
into
like.
this map here. Beautiful opener onto Boaster. Not much to do about that. Unfortunately, Kayak It's the timing on that first tag when he was in a really rough spot. I think probably
Like, it was hard round and we won, okay? Like, good job.
He doesn't want one of his teammates to take one of those tags on his behalf either. Again, just to catch in there. Somber mood in the Heretics camp down on the stage. Have to get themselves back into this. Again, the best they can hope for is a 9-3 once again.
Yeah, and we look for diversity from Miniboo, and it's a lot on his shoulders, and it shouldn't just be him, but he does get away. He's drawing util out, he's drawing pressure out. This is big, and again, I hate to ask so much of one man, but in this role, we need to see him find that sort of footing here, see if he can develop that deep into this. Last time it was a shot through the smoke pretty much to catch Boaster back sight. This time around, playing over towards Snowman, Alpha playing over towards sight, but a plant now had.
Let's see, lockdown going to come through here potentially quite early on. Heretics going to try and clear some ground here because Fnatic have a chance to contest this.
Yeah, they're going for a fight on it too. And already Boaster right in the trenches. You can see all the util just everywhere. Fish on fish action. Boaster does get detained. And now it's going to get messy. Chronicles cleared Rien's. They got to know that there's someone else over towards yellow. You got to feel there is, but layers of the post plant come in. They can't afford another full defuse against them. Someone stop them, Fnatic! Every single time we'll have answers.
I mean, that is just heartbreaking. The lockdown all but secures this front space. And Heretics are unable to backfill it. I mean, the utility exchange looked perfect for them.
It did.
That's where the first kill comes through from Chronicle, but Rien's is the furthest forward. Then Miniboo gets caught on the cross, and it becomes such an awkward peak here.
Nice.
Again, with the wall and Wingman,
Thanks, boys.
Fnatic have 5 bodies
yes.
to basically stare them down. 10-1 the scoreline here. Just when you think Heretics might have a chance to string something together, it's snatched away from them. Res available here, the only ultimate for Fnatic. Side of Heretics, nothing to their name. Barely anything to Woot's name, a stinger in hand for him.
Yeah. Miniboo again having to really try and thread the needle on those front lines, but we know it's the post plant that's still a problem as well. Retake solid, and Alpha sharp as ever. 2 kills.
No.
Oh
my
so
God.
Third. Miniboo back on a tear though. He's fighting back, trying to activate, trying to give him a chance. Try and do anything. Held back by a wall, denied the chance to punish the res, I guess, at this point, but it's still a 4v3.
Desperately trying to get Miniboo back out from behind enemy lines here, but 38 HP, he's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, but he could try and come up with the goods. No, dealt with by Crash, he's isolated, as you said. Boo and Benji on those back lines now got an army to face! They take down the majority. And now the 1-for-1, you gotta mark your man here. Alpha up against Benji. Alpha's already had so much impact. He comes flying in, Benji holds his nerve. 2 rounds is all they can report, Mike.
Another huge comeback asked of Heretics in map 2 here. And yeah, unfortunately, Fnatic just looking formidable. Heretics unable to really string anything together. And everybody from Fnatic, again, pulling their weight. To be honest with you, there's not really a weak link so far.
No, it's all looking fantastic so far at a 10-2. We do have a little bit of a treat for you guys playing at home. We're gonna hear from the one and only Natang.
That is right, Natang. He's back with us in EMEA, Natang. We have missed you. We have missed you here. Have you felt happier coming back to EMEA?
Of course, I'm really happy to be back in EMEA, and I'm looking forward for the split, you know?
Oh, okay. The better region. That's all I'm going to say, the better region. Did you ever expect that while you were away, somebody was going to fill your shoes on the Sage pick?
Of course, like everyone, look, Kayak is doing well today, huh?
Yeah, but did you expect Kayak to be the one to be
yeah,
on the
true.
stage?
Like, I mean, he's a duelist. He has maybe more a passive role on that map. But like you can see, like, he's in the zone right now. Like, he's really calm, taking his time, doing stuff, so...
How would you rate his Sage? What have you thought of it?
I mean, I didn't like look at it like perfectly, but I He deserves a 10. Like he deserves a 10.
A 10, a 10,
Of course
a
he
10.
deserves a 10.
He's gonna give you a run for your money, maybe. You know, you're gonna have to 1v1 him. Bring your sage back. Are we gonna see that?
It's not about 1v1, you know.
But are we gonna see the sage? Are we gonna see the sage?
Maybe.
I hope so. I hope
Maybe.
so. And lastly, how does Team Heretics bring this back?
I mean, for now, Fnatic is really playing slow, and Heretics is maybe like over-rotating sometimes. They need to find their own like, how do you say, like
rhythm?
Yeah, rhythm, and maybe they can come back this, you know, like they need to find themselves. Maybe they're like crashing out or somehow, but if they wake up, they can do it.
We've seen it before. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, and thanks
Sure.
for joining me. I hope you have a lovely stay here
Thank
in
you.
VCT EMEA. But let's send this back to Pansy and Hybok and see if Heretics can indeed bring this back.
And look, I'm kind of with them, right? I'd love to see Heretics give me something to believe in. As it stands, it's a discredit to not reward Fnatic for what they're doing, but this doesn't feel like the normal Heretics we see, Mike. There's something off. They look quiet today. You heard it down on the stage. They just don't look like they're present yet. So it has to start now, and it has to start on this half.
I think as well, you think back the way they were able to reset and, I guess, bounce back
Right there.
versus Liquid yesterday.
Right there.
A stark contrast here in the grand finals. I'm curious whether that actually, away from Heretics, was going to dig a little deeper there, but Wook curious towards B main. Still holding down the fort, but has put this rotation in motion for Heretics. So they've got to be conscious of these, of giving up basically free plants with this composition that Fnatic are playing. Even though I was kind of criticizing a couple of those commitments towards sight, Woot is very lucky to be alive there.
Yeah, and all this time, though, you can see that slow, steady progress over towards the A site. So Rien's got to be cautious now. Does have Benji with him, but plenty of bodies here for Heretics. Boo just behind the wall. I'm going to send Wingman in for plant.
30 seconds left.
Can't really do much to deny it. Actually, they do deny the plant. So nice work early on here. Boo able to survive as well. So far, Heretics ticking the box. Look at this time, 20 seconds now. Boo's gonna be forced to move out. Does he get to live? I don't know. It looks like he's managed to stay alive, but Bo's delabored. This is better. Maybe Heretics getting a bit of a rhythm now. 10 seconds, we're looking like a melon sort of round. Heretics holding on here. It ain't pretty, but it's getting the job done. 5 seconds, you just got to live.
They missed it, I think.
I think that's too late. I think it was down to 3 seconds. It doesn't matter. Brilliant from Heretics. If that's what it takes, stalling them out, dealing with the util, it's a step in the right direction.
Like I was going to say, there's the fact that they have to now resort back towards this commitment to site or denying this early plant. The fact that there's a second person this time around pressuring that Sage wall means they can deny that first plant. Unfortunately, yeah, I mean, Boaster looked as if he was going to take a freebie, but
Whiffy.
Yeah.
One enemy.
After that, I think it's left so late in the day.
Guys,
that
nice. We're gonna keep this up, okay?
Fnatic have to sit back and watch this pissed around past them by. Just a sheriff in the hands of Kayak for Fnatic. So, but I was gonna say Benji, the only one with a pistol, but
Kayak.
it's fallen already.
Yeah, and it looks like protect the VIP. Kayak being escorted around the map. Boo's got to be careful. He doesn't want to get caught on an island. Look at the rest of Heretics to have to try and stop the gap now of losing a player early. They're trying to jump spot this. You can see the paranoia building about that someone could have walked you maybe, but I think he's spotted at least something on the cross here. That should be relayed.
Rien's obviously coming to reinforce that boiler.
Locating target.
Fnatic. Only on the other side of this, so there's a chance for them to get in here, find a plant, but immediately 2 more members of Heretics here.
Again, right place. This is good for them. Got to be careful. There's a lot of util, and Kayak is firing again. Miniboo, lovely. Takes away Crashies and the plant denied. So this is big work. They're doing what they need here.
30
it's getting
seconds
a bit close, though, and I'm a bit worried about this. But the line should be caught by Boo, though. Yeah, there it is. Shot in the back. Nice. Now just Kayak. This would have to be an ace. And it's not gonna be. Heretics find a bit of stability. 3 stay alive, and they get up to their 4.
6 rounds still separate these teams. certainly what you want to see from Heretics here, kicking off the second half. Back in at a slight disadvantage. Oh, Kayak threading the needle. Find Benji here. Again, the only pistol, so he's going to play a little more aggressively. Really Kayak that's made progress towards his ult here on the side of Fnatic. Heretics really, yeah, nothing within touching distance. Nothing on the other side of mid here this time around for Fnatic to pressure. But early exploration actually towards B main.
Yeah, good work here from Boo.
Big info, yeah.
A lot of faith in this forward play, but it does get a little bit risky, but I like that, but the shot doesn't land. Oh, okay, at least a trade comes in from the Mosh going down, and that's better. Doubling in on it and catching Kayak. Nice from Rien's, good positioning. Bill's on a knife's edge though. Crashy's still trying to close in. Alpha still here. Nice re-clear of Maze. This is better from Heretics. Forced to fight and willing to be up to the challenge. This is a necessary conversion, and it is. Heretics are not out of it yet. The first real signs of life.
This is exactly what you want to see versus this Fnatic composition. Heretics taking the initiative, not allowing Fnatic to comfortably set up as 5, and I think it's probably set in motion by Boo's progress over towards B main. You see the flash. It looks a little awkward early on. The Alpha Air catching that, but unfortunately Chronicle's so flashed up that that set piece pays dividends for them.
String it together, Heretics. You gotta make up for map 1, which was not a pretty affair. But this is your best chance yet. Start feeling out the game. She's creeping pretty close here. Woot's got to be cautious, not get timed on this. The barrel blocks it. Crashies gets gifted a kill on the timing. And now Heretics don't have control on this A site.
He's desperate to try and get the rifle. Just snatching it away. Does have the res as well, so... Whether or not, I was going to say, whether or not Fnatic are going to try and play a little aggressively. I think probably want to put that rifle into the strongest position they can. Still coming through, but a lot of util burned up early on here.
Okay, now the backline pressure. Chronicle's got Mini Boo, we're down to Rien's Boo and Benji. They've got to try and keep this clean, but they can't. This is difficult, and there's that res now invested. Time up against them. This is dangerous. Rien's and Benji got to get that defuse going, and they start swinging. There's too many of them. Fnatic punishing Heretics right back and force up to 11. That momentum suddenly stalled out now as Heretics held on 5.
It's a pay safe card, Thrifty. Nonetheless, Lauren, a bitter pill to swallow, but again, just catches a glimpse ahead of the weapon model, but regardless, that's the opener.
Nice!
I guess a slight pace change as well with the eco for Fnatic. There pretty quickly.
Felt like Crashy's kind of identified that space earlier in these rounds. He can creep up pretty close, but as it stands, still a buy in hand here for Heretics, but we've got to see this now. Near on flawless, 11 up against them. Boot done well to identify the space he's been given, but maybe feeling a bit of pressure here early on. Doesn't want to outstay his welcome or be caught early. That could be the death of them. 4 players committed towards that A side, so now he's got to fall away slightly. Still trying to posture up here, but playing a dangerous game, Mike.
It is going to be the first exploration for Fnatic here, but threads the needle. Crashies will fall.
Poison's off.
First blood drawn here. Fnatic not shying away from that.
Poison orb.
No. So back to business for them. Boo doing just dreamy work for them. Stalling out, bit of chip damage here and there. Even getting that first kill, but still, Kayak's a problem. Finds Mini Boo, brings it back down to a 4v4, and Alpha's position in middle. Feels like vengeance here if he does catch Benji, but Benji thinks against it.
Still an alarm bot there, though. Alpha's got to deal with that to get a little closer to this, whether or not he's even called upon.
Oh my god.
I think he's maybe aware of it, but Kayak in a ratty
This
spot on the wall.
Is so ratty. Surely you don't expect it. I don't think they do. Oh, they do!
They clear it!
Nice work from Benji, so heads up. Catching Kayak, but Chronicle gonna fight back, and now we're gonna see the ults coming in, but the defuse is still going. Benji's not stopping! Full-on defuse right under their noses. Bit of vengeance on that one. So Heretics staying alive, getting up to 6.
Taste of their own medicine.
Absolutely.
Heretics can stabilize now. And not much of a margin for error, to be honest. Fnatic sitting at 11. Ultimate's starting to come fruition here for Heretics, though.
Last player standing.
Stiff. I mean, other than Kayak falling, still look pretty comfortable for Fnatic, but I guess that extra man to the good pays off in that sort of scenario.
Big pressure on Boo early this time. He can't stick around at all. You can see the rotation already from Heretics. He's called in for help here. Got Mini Boo on the way. Fnatic make an early stake of claim towards B long here, and Boo wants to get back a little bit towards this. So going to play back yellow. Fnatic falling away.
Surprised if they do commit towards B. 2 extra bodies invested here. Signed the task of supporting Boo, but now already hitting the rotation, you can see on the X-ray. It's like a bit of a mid-piece here, actually, from Fnatic.
It looked like Heretics weren't too sure what's going on, really. Now they might have a bit more of an idea. You're seeing a pour on of Util, and they've still got an isolated Boo. He's got to be so nervous about this. From far away, Rien's trying to help him out, but clears a little bit of space, but it's Kayak again denying the support here. This is a very valuable ult coming in. That's big. Can anyone help him out here? I don't think they can. Miniboo? Hello! Turns around! Catching both players! It's getting messy in middle now. Out front 21, a sliding Miniboo takes away 3. Plant denied. Heretics. It may be getting messy, but they're still in control of it with 4 players alive. Foster wants the plant, he's gonna get it. But can he get away from the site? I don't think so. Kron's in a bit of a pickle as well. Can't get off. Miniboo doing so well here. Prioritizing the right fight. Can he get the ace? Benji takes it away, but a round nevertheless. I feel we're going to be seeing a Fnatic timeout soon enough.
Absolutely. 4 on the round for Miniboo. Dismantling this mid-split. And Kayak, unfortunately, gets locked down. Even though it looked like Miniboo maybe didn't catch him, but credit the target focus in that scenario, to be honest. Tees up Crashies with the stun as well.
And look, he was having a brutal start. We were talking about it here.
I mean, yeah, he's trading even now, 13-13.
Massive upswing on the second half. Heretics fans finally back on their feet. I mean, for the Heretics side, it was a brutal map 1 to witness. Only 4 rounds gathered. Here, a rough first half as well. So very uphill. So this feels like one of the first check-ins we've actually had from Fnatic. I feel like we haven't seen much of the coaching staff having to kick in.
Yeah, it's certainly been something that's been led in game. And to be honest, I mean, hasn't felt like much has gone wrong for Fnatic, but maybe just a check-in here. See, obviously it's pretty quiet from the coach camp, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe Boaster leading this discussion.
Got in mind. Again, Heretics so far. Hard to characterize what's working right for them, but it feels like they've kicked in, and it certainly does help that Miniboo's really activating now. Benji, having a good map too. Also with Fnatic here, we still got the Viper Spit, the lockdown with Alpha, we still got Crashies with that Teo ult. And then for Heretics, you still have the lockdown with Benji. Not much else close by though. A couple of these ults were invested semi-recently, so for them, guns in hand. Let's see what they have in mind here as we go back through after the timeout from Fnatic. The Heretics then get aggressive, a common response to these sort of timeouts.
I'm considering it, but again, versus this composition, it's so easy for Kayak to isolate you with those slow orbs. See, for Miniboo to get bogged down in that slow. Be problematic. Rien's now tasked with supporting Boo over towards B. And they're still walking on this.
I'm worried about Kron's flash though. If he's holding just like a vert flash on this, actually going to catch him. Oh, he's been caught off here. Benji though going to eat it back. It's that again. It's a mess between these two. The trade's coming early. Benji lost on one side, Kron on the other.
This is all to try and contest the lockdown potentially. They're not giving up this space, Lauren.
Oh, they are really unwilling to fall away from it. And the stun and the swing. Miniboo, again, we're getting trade after trade on this. Both so stubborn to give this up. Miniboo, oh my god, you absolute beauty. Up and over. Gets Alpha, but he can't deny the lockdown. He's done a lot of work here early on. Has to back away now.
Rien's though will be given a chance.
Oh, he's sticking around.
Disrespecting the lockdown here. And obviously the tank comes through, but it's Miniboo. 3 on the round for him. 8 on the board for Heretics, Lauren. Starting to claw their way back towards tying Icebox up.
And I love that. I really loved it. As said, almost too stubborn to back away from that, knowing maybe what their win con was here. Fight for this, make them work for it, and even the audacity for the up and over. Rien's willing to die for the cause. Goes in for one, knows he'll be detained, it's fine. Miniboo's there. These are just big steps back for Heretics. Off the back of a timeout from Fnatic too. That crushes those adjustments. Heretics giving us a reason to get excited now. Showing some of their own pedigree. And keep it up. Fnatic looking like they might have been waiting on this though, so careful as they proceed.
And there's been a couple of times Fnatic have proactively walked up, but the slide now actually from Poster. He finds Woot with the Sheriff. Miniboo got to tuck his tail. Retreat from here.
Ooh, Boo, careful, careful, careful. You can see how hungry Kayak was on that. I'm gonna shut down towards him, but Boo's gonna back away towards Yellow. Plays it well, and Miniboo now in support. Steady progress being made now. Boo caught there. There was no safety for him there. You felt how uncomfortable it was to hold, but Miniboo's on the site. Takes away Kayak, the heavy hitter, and resets.
As if they still want to follow through here.
All missiles away.
Who's starting to activate though, looking much sharper. Gonna have something to say about this, but March should potentially come through. Benji's gonna try and deny it.
Lovely.
So no freebie, but still 30 seconds to work with.
They do have that lockdown with Benji. There it is. And it looks like Miniboo's almost tasked him. Do you fancy coming in here? But you do have that tail ult. So they're gonna have to wait this out. Lockdown does get destroyed. And it's another attempt at the plant here, drawing eyes over. Rien's in a great position though. Can spot that the plant isn't going down. He's going to deliver. Takes away Kron, big trades. 10 seconds. Miniboo under pressure, and so is Alpha. Oh, it's stunning from Miniboo. He's heating up. You said it, looking sharper round by round.
Now actually at the top of the board for Heretics is Miniboo. They can really channel that energy. What a beautiful opener here from Boaster, but again, a lot of things still going right for Fnatic, so you got to credit the recovery factor here.
Yes.
10 seconds left.
Again, Alpha desperate to get a peek on the first, but Miniboo doesn't bite.
And it's a mark of a great player as well, after a very hard first half, to come back in and be so impactful.
Not just hard first map.
True.
Again,
True.
The first half of this, which was brutal for Heretics. They've taken the reins now, taking control on Icebox.
And it puts the question back to Fnatic. How well can you learn on the fly here? First big challenge. First time we're seeing this version of Heretics throughout this game. Off the back of Miniboo setting a fire underneath the rest of the boys on Heretics. Fnatic slow and steady on the approach now.
Poison's off.
Turret, but Alarm Bot's still there behind the orb in mid.
Gotta go.
Maybe we want off another ultimate as well, so a chance to overheat once more. Poke garnered. Actually, Fnatic already feel as if they've got some space to work into on A.
Those fakes, they were so good before when we were looking at split. Heretics, I think now the penny's starting to drop potentially, that this may not be finishing towards B. Minibu could be quick on the rotates, but Rienz is the one in danger now. They can't deny this plant, I don't think. Actually, maybe they can. No, Benji's gone down with 13 seconds. Rienz would love to have stored it out, but I don't think he can achieve it. You can see the desperation, the want to. Holding good space on the side, but he's got to be careful now. He needs the rest of the help to come in, but Alpha's taking him down. Kayak swings from backside, all on top, but the backline's one out. And now you've got Boo on a bit of a split in a 1v1 up against Crashies. And that's going to be one out by Crashies. Now Woot, a 1v3 ain't going to happen. Fnatic going back to almost that split approach. Those fakes, so hard to deal with.
And no, down to 10 seconds.
It was so late.
And there's still 2 members to contest the plant. A little dicey there, but Fnatic able to steady the ship. A few crucial kills and get themselves to 12 now.
Hey, you
still
have the
what,
G.
7-2 on this second half here in favor of Heretics. Do not forget.
I'm out of here.
Res available now for Kayak, 1 away for Chronicle. Side of Heretics, actually the crack's starting to show in the economy. Don't have Minibu's ultimate. Others on the horizon, so they can win another round. And it's certainly recoverable still.
Drone going out.
Nice to see this man early on.
Can't use it.
Tempted to almost continue forward.
Placing swarm grenade.
Sides against
Swarm
it.
grenade out.
How does Fnatic read that?
I'm out of here.
Minibu early positioning on this B site, and actually Boo, the one to rotate. Oh, did he catch Crom then?
Still kind of posturing here, Minibu. It puts in motion this rotation for Heretics. 4 members, well, call it 3 with Benji Fishy still over towards mid. And again, the adjustment of the alarm bot catching Fnatic off guard. I believe Alpha looking for that previously.
This feels like almost a blind game of chess against each other, trying to get the pieces in the right place for the next move.
This could be awful timing there for Heretics, Lauren.
Yeah, and it almost feels like the anti-fake that's going on here. You've got now them trying to posture towards that A side, drawing all eyes over there. But look who's here.
He's got to go
The one
huge.
man that you'd want to try and hold this down. Minibu, who's been a monster. He's come alive here, 13 seconds, they got to deal with him fast. Oh, it's a really courageous play that falls apart. And now with the plant looking very likely, they have to go back into this without their big player. Crashy's on the lurk as well. Takes away Benji. Rienz wants to clear middle, but I don't know if he gets what he wants here. Kron tries to catch, but he falls. Heretics still on for this.
4v3 though, Rienz tagged up. No ultimates to play off and boast up. Getting curious here.
Oh, this reposition could be nasty, couldn't it? I don't think they have any idea. The timing on this could be completely devastating. It looks like it is. Brilliant positioning from Post, a good trade, but they can't get half here. It's a fight that has to be had. Boo desperate to hold on, but it's all over. 13-9, Fnatic pulling it together just at the end there.
Again, a demonstration of just how hard you have to work versus a team like Fnatic in form, Lauren.
Yep.
Again, gotta credit the comeback here, but it's a story of control once again.
Yeah, this is now getting into dangerous territory for Heretics. Fracture is up next. These 2 maps should be a wake-up call, and they have to respond.
All right, get ready to superfy them. Right now, Benji first. Let me wind up the sleeve. I'm about to hit him with a dive and superfy. Superfy! Oh, I chucked out my ears. Got to dodge them, mate. They could be looking at me. Minibu, I'm hitting him with the left-handed one. Stupefy! Hold on, it's for Rienz, mate. Boo ain't gonna see this coming. Stupefy! I'm gonna hit it with some Vajaz. Vajaz? Vajaz. Expelliarmus!
Red Bull gives you wings. you been? I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been?
Welcome back, folks. 2-0 for Fnatic, off to a hot start. It's time to test our fans in the studio and see if they've got hot hands. Pins on the line, some codes for some in-game items, and really it's all about pride. Before we start, thank you very much for joining me for this little mini game. I want to ask, what's your name and how far, where have you come from to see the show today?
Hi, I'm Julie June and I'm actually from Berlin, so not far away.
Not that far of a journey. What about yourself?
My name is Irfan and I live here in Berlin.
Well, we really haven't traveled that far today, but let's see how we do when it comes to the Hot Hands competition. Give me your best Phoenix impressions as we get behind this line and shoot into the red and blue respectively. We're going to go one at a time. Starting with red, fire away. It's not a strong start. Blue has a good chance to catch up. Not a good catch up though. We're neck and neck. There is a tiebreaker game, so don't worry. Fire away on your second. Oh, it's sunk deep. That's a Phoenix player if ever I've seen one, tied up neck and neck. Give me another. Oh, nothing but net. Where's this one going? Off the side. This is for the game. This is for the pin, for the win. Oh, it's close. A chance to equalize, but it's not gonna go in. So that means that you'll get to choose your favorite pin out of the two. We've got a Wingman and a VCT EMEA logo. Of course, Wingman wins out. What a surprise. That is your consolation prize, sir. And of course, as a little token of our appreciation, you can redeem these in-game when you get home. Thank you very much for participating here and enjoy the rest of the game. For now, we're gonna send it back over to the desk.
That is correct. Mitchman is giving away Riot Gun Buddies, so make sure you DM him on Twitter. When he sees it, he'll give you one. I've heard that he has a lot of them to give out today, so yeah, have fun with that, Mitch. I'm back with Petra and Billy here. Fnatic are leading 2-0, but Petra, there was almost a comeback. It would have been a generational comeback from Team Heretics.
Yeah, I believe in it. They were finally like looking strong. The firepower showed now. And yeah, they didn't close it out, unfortunately.
When the firepower showed, Billy, it was pretty scary.
It was pretty scary, yeah, but I mean, it's just one of those days for Team Heretics. It almost feels like, you know, they said coming into this, they were speaking about it yesterday, right, about how they treat every grand final differently and that the road to that final is different, but I hate to say it, it feels like same old Heretics in a grand final.
Hey, no, we're not having that. We're breaking the curse. We'll break the curse at some point here. And speaking of Team Heretics, let's take a look at the pay safeguard play of the finals. It is Miniboo's 4K on Icebox, where Benji rudely stole it. But my goodness, what a second half, Billy, from Miniboo. He looked incredible.
Oh, 100%. And I think that's the thing, right? We spoke about him being quite an emotional player at the very start of the show. So it just goes to show that when he does start to get fired up, he can be that player that Team Heretics can rely on to be able to start helping to string rounds together. So yeah, it's a very, very well-deserved play of the final, I would say.
And I hope that on the next map, Petra, where we saw him get shut down a lot on Fracture, that doesn't happen, that he can maybe have a warmer start.
Yeah, I hope so. I think this game definitely helps him to get a better start next game. So, and I hope we see Rians a bit more now.
Oh,
Be quiet.
Yeah, I think maybe the personal vendetta of Fnatic just feeling like Rians is always owning us. We have to shut him down is showing a little bit here. But yeah, do we have time for the kayak war? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. Yeah, let's show some, we had Natank in the halftime interview. Let's show some Kayak with his wars. Again, Kayak at this point, flawless final so far.
Honestly, my consistent king. Like, he's been absolutely dominating today. Like, he's just looking so good. You look at how he's performed on this Icebox, not being too afraid to bring out that operator as well was something that we kind of teased at that he'd be running with this Sage. But every single time he throws up one of these walls in these retakes, it's just absolutely flawless. You get the Wingman onto the defuse and there's just nothing that Team Heretics can do. We saw it time and time again.
Luckily, there won't be a war on Fracture, at least least not from the Sage. There won't be a Sage one on Fracture. But Petra, I think the good news is there's still some fight left in Heretics. It was a 10-2 half, and they brought it back extremely competitive. So maybe they have defeated some of those demons, and we could potentially see a reverse sweep. You know what it's like to reverse sweep.
Of course,
It happens.
anything can happen. As long as they have a good start, like I said, and the mentality needs to stay strong. Yeah, it's gonna be very tough, but I'm hopeful.
I mean, let me set the scene, right? Fracture, Fnatic, 100% win rate on it so far this stage. Team Heretics looking to put a stop to that. Of course, Team Heretics lost Fracture to Fnatic last time they played in that best of 3. So it's not looking great for Team Heretics, I guess you could say right now. The amount of times that Miniboo is being shut down, I hope that they've changed that going into this and they can really help get him activated. And as well, when we look at when they switched sides last time they played Fnatic on Fracture, they only got 1 round on their defense. It just kind of ran away from them.
I'm getting almost deja vu coming out here. You know, it's Fracture again. Heretics will start on the attack again. I don't anticipate any changes with the agent select, you know, in a tournament like this. I don't know how they have time to do that, let alone anything else, you know, sleeping, for example. But this is where things get very, very dicey, because for Fnatic, they're 1 away from another trophy. But Heretics, they have to win here. They have to. If they don't win on this map, 5 finals lost in a space of a year, okay, I tell a lie. I take everything back that I said before. How do we feel about this?
I really like this, honestly. I think they may be getting out of this mental state from last game, and they have been refreshing, and it can be very motivating to play something new. So yeah, I'm very excited with this change.
Yeah, I mean, last time we saw them, it felt very much like the Kayak show on Fracture. But of course, going into today, I mean, we've got Voot and Miniboo playing that, leaning again into that double duelist. Of course, we saw Voot on the Tejo last time they played Fracture. So it's nice that they're actually deciding to lean into that. And I'm also happy to see Miniboo on the Yoru and not that Neon, because we saw how much that Neon wall was just getting him killed in the past.
We did indeed. You know, this move away from Tejo, once again, they've just decided to do it. They decided to do this in the grand final, but hey, Fnatic cannot prepare for this, and if there's anything they need right now, Pansy and Hypok, is to be unexpected.
Well, Heretics need to dig deep now, Mike. They've got their backs to the wall here. The first 2 maps, well, the first one, I'm sure they'd sooner forget it. The second, there were signs of life in that second half. We saw Miniboo come online. We need others to join him now.
This is certainly a concern, though, looking back at this. Yes, it's a positive to see the composition come out, but element of surprise being the game plan in the grand finals, especially now, after conceding the first 2 maps, certainly a concern. If you're a Heretics fan watching this, they need not remind you, 13-6. The previous meeting here. Actually, yeah. Fnatic win this series. No EMEA team will have a positive series record against them. I think that just
sums it up,
yeah,
right?
It does. It really does.
Right,
it's a
Heretics.
tall order, nonetheless. Have to try and ride the momentum of again the consolation of building a comeback in the second half of Icebox. Drag that across now to Fracture. Fnatic really looking to pressure the backlines early on here. So they're going to get herded in here.
Yeah, because they can't disrespect the molly. Kayak just needs to get your gun out. Ooh, it got a little bit messy at this point. It's an extended fight. The Kayak's finally tipped into Fnatic's favor, but Benji and Woot still alive here. And Woot, oh, that's gorgeous from Woot. That's what the doctor ordered. Heretics picking up the pistol.
Fnatic almost caught completely off guard by the second layer to this. The 2 players from Drop. Maybe just expecting somebody to come back across the ropes potentially, but not even sure who it was that ended up falling to the molly here. There's Boo, unfortunately. A little bit of a misstep. 2 big kills from Woot.
Nice!
As Benji to clean up.
Bang! Let's go.
I mean, if you're looking at who you want to see getting active on Heretics, Miniboo with 2, Woot with 2. These are your boys you want to see starting to feel out the game. We already know the Fnatic are up to the task. We know that Kayak is firing on all cylinders. We've seen every single one of them. See if it can be replicated now going forward. Clean affairs to be had here. Fnatic again looking to try and punish. Benji on a Cypher. We know this guy will be calm under pressure. while all this happens, obviously the green light's given towards that A site.
Comes through as well. Plant will follow. Chance here though for Miniboot to get shut down.
Okay.
Kind of disrespecting the drone. Chronicle will fall as a byproduct.
Getting a little bit dangerous near here. Boaster gonna make it out, but so far so good. Heretics mostly maintaining a clean sheet. Yeah, barely scathed here. Yeah, Miniboo and Woot took some damage, but they don't need to overextend anymore. They can leave it onto the others to pick up that mantle. Woot still trying to draw eyes. It's Miniboo closing in. There he is. And yeah, last one alive is Alpha. So as long as they don't lose that Bulldog, Mike, I think they're pretty much plain sailing.
Could almost give one away in the form of Woot, but it's Riens to clean things up. A second on the board for Heretics, and actually the first time they're going to kick off the first half here with a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah. Big difference too. This could be a big moment for them to feel confident. Actually starting to feel a bit of positive mental attitude to get them through this. Stark difference to the previous. Now the bonus actually looking pretty all right. I mean, you got those 2 Vandals in there.
Certainly packs a punch. Awkward silence for a moment, but won't call it just yet.
Oh, I might be calling it. I might be giving this one the call. I don't know. Where's the button? Where's the...
Hit the button.
I'm looking for it. I can't find it. The stage might not turn red, but I can see what it says in game, Michael.
Yeah, I can see the in-game. I can hear some music.
Yeah. Don't be trying to fool us.
See, we do get an update provided to you as soon as we know what's going on, but might just be a little check-in with equipment.
Okay, it's just I think a little check from the admin team. Seems as though it's been given the thumbs up, so actually not an issue here.
A non-issue?
A non-issue. Yeah, rare.
Yeah, we take those though.
Yeah, honestly we do.
Especially ahead of a round 3. As you said, coming in here, there's still some rifles across this purchase for Heretics. 2 of them being Vandals. Seeing fist bumps, yep.
Looking good, and I can see the timer is...
It's about to move. It's about to move. It's fine.
There we go, it's moving. Ooh. Nice work. Nice work from us there, guys. No issues yet. Just a little check-in. Okay, so. This is now where we get potentially a big momentum swing for Heretics if they can do some serious damage, or even, I mean, at its most, convert this round. For Fnatic, obviously, this is where they want to really stop that rod. Deny that momentum swing up here. Steadily building towards this B site.
Draw out one smoke from Boaster. It probably fake some steps to sell a little misdirection, but Spike was lurking downstairs here, underneath B site.
Riens might get contacted, yeah, almost
Alpha's
timing.
though.
Yeah, Alpha, it feels like it's going to be everything or it's going to be nothing. He's, oh my god, look at this. How much util can they throw at him? But he's still here. He's still standing. He finally gets overwhelmed by a running and gunning Riens. Clearing sight. They have sight control now, but Fnatic want him back fast. You can already see the Kayaks getting closer here. But Fnatic can be forced back by these smokes. Kayak may have got a kill there, but it looked like it was through one of those smokes. And a 3v3. Plant's not in play yet. Time not on their side. And Woot wrapped CT, catching Boaster off. Now Heretics back down to the 3v2 in their favor.
20 seconds though. Chronicle going to stall things out. The aftershock, and actually Heretics now with a good read on the map. Know where the 2 remaining members of Fnatic. Oh, it's going to come down to the wire. Obviously, Showstopper invested here, but still got to get towards this plant.
It's okay.
Only about 0.4 left, but Chronicle's here early.
Yeah, and Kron's going to get a freebie on Boo. He had to stick the plant. There was no 2 ways about it. And bang on. Fault line's there. They know about Kayak too, surely. So Miniboo and Woot, this is going to be rough. Looking to isolate a fight on the side. Woot's now surrounded. He's got problems. And he's fallen. Kayak doing really well, and now it's on Miniboo. Got Kayak to the left, Kron to the right. Flash comes in, he turns, cleans it up at the end of that, and he's popping the ult. Now do you handle this one, Kayak? Can they start that diffuse up? Ah, that's lovely from Miniboo, keeping calm under pressure. Kayak gonna get it to half though, 21 HP. There's only one time he gets to swing on this and he has to choose right! Miniboo! Red Bull Clutch does it, and bonus in their hands.
Ice cold as well, no hesitation from him. Played to perfection here. Kayak unfortunately stuck between a rock and a hard place, but an opportunity there to maybe send somebody across when they cut these sight lines from sight. We'll almost expect that's when Kayak will go for this first defuse, but they actually go to double swing Miniboo when he's on the left side. You see how awkward it was there for Kayak to try and find the kill. So a bonus converted here for Heretics. Actually, I think the second bonus of the series now.
It's dream stuff for them, right? You couldn't ask for a better start here. On the map that's necessary, the other two you can kind of suffer through, but this one you can't really let it slip or you're done for.
Again, actually, on the map that is probably the biggest question mark in terms of the veto.
Yes.
I don't think you would have expected coming into this to be trailing 2 maps, the Heretics. Orb retrieved here and information for Alpha, but nothing to act upon. Side of things on a crash, he doesn't spot anything either, so not necessarily able to paint a clear picture here.
Chip, gonna need a couple more of those though. Not gonna get any easier either, as they've already diverted through towards sand, and they're pacey about it too, Heretics. There's a lot of bodies here though for Fnatic, and Chronicle's gonna catch down Miniboo. This is not out of the woods just yet. Yeah, he tried to do it as quickly as he could, I get it, but in the end couldn't course correct in time to get the aim back in place. Poster's still gonna be a bit of damage, but this does feel like it's slipping away. 13 seconds. I don't think there's much more to be said, unless Alpha would like to give us probably one of the best Sheriff rounds we've ever seen.
85 HP, no shield, needs the first, but it's Benji to seal the deal. 4-0, the lead here for Heretics starting to build. Some of those ultimates going to be on the brink as well. Rians does actually a little further away, but we'll see with a few being invested previously.
So do have to once again touch back in on talking about the early reward for Miniboo and Wu. They've carried it on. They are in absolute parity here. 7 kills, 2 deaths, and 1 assist. Both of them taking the steps together now. And it looks like Fnatic have called for the timeout, it looks like. And probably rightly so. We're getting to round 5 now. They've not really been able to get a grip on things. And if you're looking at who's played this the most, who's shown the most, this is a Fnatic map, really. You've got since the start of this year, 7 showings on it, 5 wins, 2 losses. Traditionally been very good for them. I mean, some curious losses as well. 1 to, I think it was Na'Vi, and 1 to Foot. But outside of that, for Heretics, this hasn't been a high pick for them.
Hasn't it? Boss has even said previously how comfortable he feels on Fracture in terms of calling. Maybe actually the reason we're seeing such an early timeout, the 4-round deficit to kick things off. See, Fnatic probably the advantage here in terms of this ult cycle. Again, it's only boasters available to kick the round off.
Now, the interesting one to me, do remember when Kayak was absolutely absent before, and the one thing that brought him back was that big green in the hand, the operator in play for him. That was a huge component of him finding impact. And he's been doing fine this time. Again, it's nowhere near the same case. But with the operator, he is sharp as hell. That's Woot gone. A brutal start and a quick awakening to the adjustment Fnatic have brought.
Rough as well to fall, being tagged through the clone. It's just an early showing of presence, though. Miniboo under no pressure to follow that. Benji and Boo on the other side of the map as well, trying to get something in motion. So actually, Heretics might walk back towards this operator. Concern being is Rian solo on the other side.
Yeah.
This cross is going to be pretty awkward for him. So expect those smokes to come through.
Yeah, the Prowler's going to be seen. That's going to keep Kayak focused this way, but you can see the
I mean, he doesn't.
pack.
Yeah, he doesn't need to force the issue here, to be honest.
Face your fear!
Goes said ult. Don't think it had touched Kayak, no. And I don't know how affected even Alpha was, but Manitabu's going to isolate Boaster. I don't think they expect him to get past all of this. Alpha, you're a lucky boy there. Almost punished. Kayak still finding body zone. Alpha's still standing, finally removed from tower. Heretics now control the site. Chronicle trying to fight back in through Canteen, and you're right, ult is now ready. This gets difficult. Picturing that, posting it right up towards that tower side. Rienz and Benji, this is not going to be a comfy one for them. Kayak, eyes locked to this. You can already see that Benji's gone loose, brought back down to earth as Kayak is firing off here. Crashes closes it out. But that's the difference Kayak can have when the big green's in his hands.
A couple of crucial kills for him and for Fnatic. Just one on the board though, and with two falling, not necessarily going to be able to establish themselves economically. I mean, target-rich environment for Kayak. Yeah, again, he
okay.
Yeah, the second.
Ah, boo. My heart breaks for you.
Yeah, rough timing for Alpha as well. On the rope there. See now if Fnatic can build upon this or Heretics can find a response.
Oh my god. Again! Again and again. Last time it was Woot, now it's Miniboot. Big impact. And for Heretics, they've got to learn this lesson now. They can't be taking any of these positions lightly. It feels like a shot in the dark. It's a guess to an extent, a percentage chance, but he's guessed right.
Yeah, behind the Prowler as well, so can't fault them for it. Have to try and take that space off the investment of utility, but punished once more. Another opener for Kayak. So other than the Rolling Thunder invested, and Alpha being 1 point away, plenty of ultimates now in play for Fnatic. Actually, Pooh, a ton of utility sent towards him. Set piece potentially to try and catch somebody off guard.
They're not pathing through sand, so that could have potentially stayed on that. Boaster going to invest the ult to buy time, keep himself secure here. And Kayak trying to find a position to work from, because Heretics are trying to step towards the site. It's not easy though. Kayak even going to pop the ult here. Woot's going to fall, Rien's Boo, the last two standing, and they can't get towards the site here. Oh my word, melted down into position. And Boo's a mile away. We saw him early on, he was down towards that underpass. This position could have been the checkmate if maybe they've got the site or something else, but 13 seconds. I think we know what's going to happen.
10 seconds left.
Chronicle even noted as well the fact that so much time has passed. Going to be played out of this one. Who unfortunately, this man standing will have to concede a second round to Fnatic.
They've got to find an answer to this early operator though. That's twice now, it's had so much impact early on. We're going to have the finances to be able to do it here either.
Not necessarily, no, but again, Kayak, I mean, expect him to remain active. There's
30 seconds left.
not necessarily a clear-cut response to this early on in terms of positioning.
Congrats.
Alpha just say, I'm playing ranked.
I don't know.
And obviously not really able to have much of a say so far sitting at 1-6, but catch what he said, so. Heretics back in, 3 Sheriffs.
Woot. Oh, the combo. That's heartbreaking. They hadn't really pulled that one out for a moment, and I think even Miniboot catching a lot of chip damage there on 50 now.
Yeah.
Not even getting much chance to play in early now. Fnatic definitely, again, off the back of just that operator coming in, but a couple of adjustments as well here. Ooh, the one with that Phantom left in hand. And he's got to make it work here. A lot of attention drawn towards that A side. But someone's still watching for that drop down from Dish. And Chronicle, unfazed by this pressure. But no one actually watching the peak there. Just the push. And the ult on this one. I mean,
Crashy still finds it.
Yeah. I'll burn for it, he says. As Rien's now 18 HP. That's Spike. And he goes, "You're up. I'll go B.
Wow.
I'll get an ult up."
He's had a chance if he can get a clean 1v1 here, but Kayak already making his way across. Swing and a miss on the first, but Alpha to clean things up. 3 found now for Fnatic.
And it feels like both ways this has been going down, be it, you know, we saw obviously Fnatic with the first 2 maps looking quite strong until that second half of Icebox, obviously when Heretics were back. But it feels very decisive in kind of both camps, whichever way's winning.
A little polarizing,
yeah. We haven't had that kind of back and forth, round by round almost. We had, even in this one, 4 in a row, and now 3 in a row.
It's been streaky, yeah. It's really rough, because then, well, obviously, when you look towards the crucial rounds for either team to find a response, and beyond that, it's not as if, you know, either of these teams have had a cushion to fall back on. It's been fairly brutal back and forth. Obviously now, I mean, Heretics will be able to get a purchase back into this. 1 away from the showstopper as well, 2 for Mini Boot. Like I said, they need to dislodge Kayak, find a way to, I guess, navigate that early round risk that is now on the table. It's not much in terms of tools. I mean, Mini Boot, really. Rians don't expect him to be able to force him any deeper with the Prowler, because you saw the same issue at Dish, right? The sight line is just so easy for Kayak to pick back up on.
It is going to be a hard problem to find a solution to. So for Heretics, let's see what they come up with. What is the game plan? How do we want to try and make sure we don't give that opening pickup over to Kayak time and time again? And you can see where he's positioned. Is this what we've seen before? Still a couple of seconds until we get this underway. And all eyes turn to the man. Kayak here, steps heard. You can see them trying to almost path up those cages. The Prowler once again sent. He is forced off the angle now. So early work has been achieved. It took a lot of util from Benji. Took one of the Prowlers as well going out from Rien's, but it's going to get them at least Woot's ult as well. I'm pretty sure that's now locked in. Start taking the tour.
Rotation now from Heretics. Pings coming through, indicating some sort of commitment here, but Kayak slipping into a deeper position once again.
And again, that Prowler, it won't be enough. I mean, he can wait as late as he wants on this, and Crashies took the contact. He doesn't land in midair, so Kayak backs away, but they get slowed down on their push up through A main. Woot looking for a body to punish, but Boaster tucked in towards that smoke. He's got help from Crashies up towards heaven, and Boaster swings it. A little ambitious to say the least, but valiant attempt here. But you can see Fnatic waiting patiently in all these smokes. Heretics fighting hard for every step they're taking.
Problem being now, the next issue being Kayak is still here, still unfazed. That's actually perfect. Kayak almost turning into it here, but actually a swing and a miss on the first.
No, it's the easy ones he seems to miss all the time. The hard ones he seems to land. But Heretics bounce on towards the site, get themselves a plant. And you saw how hard they had to work just to get away from that operator. They've done marvelously at that. Now Alpha and Crashies, they'd love to take away if they could. Finance is still certainly on a knife's edge for themselves here, but Heretics, this has been a huge upswing for them. They have to be heads up about this every single round.
They do, yeah. They'll actually get control of the operator themselves. Even there where it feels a little dicey for Heretics, but able to wait things out and still actually capitalize on the smokes being up, which is the biggest concern. Alpha, unfortunately, just getting to the back of the dome. Crashies 20 HP, don't really expect him to commit towards this engagement. Rians won't go for the spam either, so Heretics up to 5 now. Still putting in good work here on Fracture. Getting the funds there to actually get another operator on the board, and yeah, just caught it, but I guess behind the smoke, Chronicles Flash just isn't there. Not as effective as maybe Boaster would have thought. Yeah, first time really Heretics have won out in one of those slower, drawn-out rounds, to be honest. First time actually you see Kayak under a ton of pressure.
I do think it takes so much mental focus though, because again, this map has so many avenues of approach.
Oh, sorry, he did actually sell the operator, yeah.
Okay, because he was considering bringing it in. Obviously, we see it in Woot's hands here, but opting against it now. But look how far they've made progress. through A main. They pushed off this. They're going to leave Crashy's looking over towards Dish push out, but they're going to be here in a good spot.
They've effectively pinched it, and they don't need to deal with this trip.
Oh my god, oh my god. Chronicle catches Rienz. That's going to be baffling. No idea that was happening. And Fnatic, I mean, they've given up the B site, but that's fine. They've already got the pick.
Still got this retake set up as well from Alpha. Yeah, gave away the camera there, so not going to have it once this retake gets started, Lauren. Obviously one of the trips dealt with. I'm looking for a spam.
God, this tempo just fluctuating the whole time. No one wanting to break the silence until then. Woot not leaving that angle, going to get another as well. Crashy's determined to try and trade it, but there's no trade coming in.
Pressure coming through from main though. Do they can't quite pin down the plant? Woot finds a third though.
Okay.
Right, finally shuts him down. There's two of his own.
No way! Alpha helping him out on that one, but Benji, we know this kid can clutch. We know he's good for it, and Kayak's barely alive. He's going to get it to half, but a 1v1 now. And it's going to be a fair fight. The spray for Alpha gets the better of Benji. After all that work from Woot, rips it away from him.
Plant favouring towards Benji here, but in 1v2 has to show his hand on the first, and again, just that gut-dropping moment here for Rienz, but Heretics after that, they recover really well. Woot finding a couple of individual engagements here, isolated kills with the operator. This was just beautiful from Kayak.
Go, bro. Take the opposite.
To really break that post plant apart.
Nice.
He's a hard 4 rounds, Mike. This is a curious start, but again, we can see the intention behind it. Fnatic trying to take a lot of space off this. Kayak, that's a lot of players here, though, on that corner. Oh, dazed and confused, almost went into that. Easy boot. Mini Boo's then sprung into action. He's spotted 1, 2 players. I don't know about the third by Sam. There's a lot of bodies here, and it's still through smokes at this point. It's an absolute nightmare to try and catch who's killing who, but it's Benji left standing in a 1v2 again. We've been here before, all too recently. Boaster on the side.
Alpha did actually retrieve the orb here, so does have the neural theft. Benji, 72 HP, almost has to commit towards this 1v1. Boaster, 3 on the round for him. And a 5th on the board for Fnatic, tying things up. Hang on, did he actually get the operator there?
It didn't look like he did. I don't think so. The observer's confirming it. Love you guys. No, they did not catch that operator at the end, so they're missing. Oh, these trades, though, were just ridiculous when they boasted. Lovely.
Yeah, I mean, it's also kind of heartbreaking because Heretics, again, they navigate the early round, they get towards a site hit, and it's a really chaotic exchange.
5 rounds, let's go, 2 more.
A really chaotic exchange, but there's just no comfort behind that first layer. Unfortunately, Kayak's got the next best thing when there's light shields on the other side of the board.
Again, when you're trying to be frugal in these sort of rounds, you're maybe a little bit unwilling to invest all that utility again, rinse, repeat, but the second you take your eyes off it, you're going to be punished by it, and Kayak is being just rewarded. Most are going to probably pop in the molly, but I think he's a little late to it, but it's fine! Him and Kayak looking out the side, Heretics not finding that same footing now. Move left. Round walk through the sand, nowhere to be going. In zone flawless, Fnatic tipping the scales here at the end.
A chance to tie things up. First time we'll have such a close affair after a first half. Kayak actually catching boom with the wall bang there. There are definitely some positives here for Heretics. Map is certainly not over. Still got plenty of this series left to play as well. Certainly some positives to build upon here for Heretics. One away from the showstopper. Do have Rien's ultimate off rip here. See on the flip side of things, like neural theft that we did previously mention. And of course, Boaster. But again, this operator in play.
I dropped the spike.
In hand for Kayak. Alpha could be feeling the pinch here.
Yeah, Woot trying to identify him. That would be a touch, and he's got him. Alpha's gone down, and the gates start to open. Ooh, you can see the caution, though, trying to get that spike across. Oh! Bloody hell, Kayak catches Rienz. That's a spike lost. Trying to cross through. I'd love to see it from his POV. Look and see what he can do here. It seems it doesn't matter if there's spokes, cages. It doesn't seem to hinder him. Paranoia about a flank, but we know it's not coming. Stalemate now achieved. Crash, he's gonna find Minibu. And Heretic struggling to find any safety on this site. Utility now being layered in. Benji can't stand the pressure. Surely not this time. 3 players against him. Looks to isolate a 1v1. Chronicles having none of it. Fnatic pushing up to 7-5.
Claw their way back into this. Find themselves 2 to the good in map 3 of this best of 5. Said Heretics looking much better here. Looking a little more composed. And still there are some of those rounds that just tip in Fnatic's favor.
God. Yeah, brilliant. Right, we're gonna have a little bit of treat. Maybe you know, maybe you don't. But you will after this. We're gonna head over to Lemonify, who's waiting in the audience with Yinzu.
Well, it's an absolute crime if you don't know this girl standing next to me, because you're an amazing co-streamer for Foot and, of course, Woot's girlfriend. Welcome to VCT EMEA, the arena. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling really excited. I think, like, because of the matches, everyone's heart is just beating. Like, whether if you're rooting for Fnatic or Team Heretics, it's really fun to watch right now. A little painful for our side right now, but it's okay.
It's stressful, right? How would you compare this experience versus doing the watch parties here?
I mean, watching is, I think, sometimes it's less stressful if you're winning, of course, but watch parties are really fun. I'm really glad I get the opportunity to do that in here as well. I mean, regardless, it's very exciting, so yeah.
I'm gonna pick your brains a little bit, of course. With Team Heretics, did you know that Woot was gonna be playing some Raze today? And what do you think of it?
I mean, because I'm a foot talent, I have no idea what's going on behind, but I was excited to see that as well. I think they're really, really successful as double duelists. They feed each other in a way. So I'm pretty hopeful still, pretty hopeful about the, outcome of the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very close. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope the rest of the game is not too stressful for you. And I'm gonna throw this back to Pansy and Hypok and see how it's gonna end.
Well, isn't that the question? And we find out after this 7-5, right? Close affair between the two, but it did feel streaky. Fnatic with a, bit of a run on things. Heretics with their run as well, but it felt like...
Comes back to that same word, polarizing.
Yeah.
Nobody either able to establish control or start off the game plan enough, but at least here the closest affair we've seen from a first half. Said, do not count out Heretics just yet. Fnatic can get the ball rolling here. Another pistol. Certainly put themselves in a position to potentially close this out in 3, Lauren, which would be a statement nonetheless.
Spot on. Let's see what Heretics have for us. What Minibu, what Woot can do in this. They handle what this man's been causing, which is mostly havoc. So Kayak taking his time here. Oh, you can see how close these angles are, how dangerous a step out of place is.
Minibu, a little sharper though. Kayak punished down to 23 HP, certainly gonna weaken the front line.
And the impact of that, look at them now looking back towards A, like that's the easier side to approach.
There's 4 members of Heretics here though. Whether they can get a kill ahead of time. Yeah, actually, Rienz finds one as well.
Yeah, this is lovely from Heretics. Oh, it's just picture perfect. Only crashes to try and stand. And in-zone flawless for Heretics to start things off. Minibu just looking so uninviting over there. They instantly run it the other way.
Another pistol round to their name. They can carry through that same momentum they found in the first half here. To effectively negate this lead Fnatic have found.
Down A.
They just got down to Woot and Rienz locking down main here, and Benji to pick up the slack. certainly looking a little more energetic now on stage, which is a huge positive.
It looked like a somber affair in those first two maps, until maybe the second half of Icebox, but nice to see him getting a little pumped up there. Give Fnatic a little bit more of a fight back. A bit close. Was this side that Kayak did struggle with initially before he got that operator out some time ago. That's something he'll return, but for now, Heretics just need to make sure they don't make silly mistakes. You wouldn't want to lose to 5 Classics, for example.
Fnatic going to be given opening the pings, actually. Minibu got to be careful, but quick for the task. You say that is caught by the stun.
You're done.
Oh.
You don't miss with this one, though.
That Minibu, line him up, man. Line him up. They're just scurrying away like that. I don't think I want to really feed him that ult, actually. I'll go the other side.
Not really another option for
30 seconds
to
left.
find an engagement, but got to be careful, actually. I was going to say, Minibu drifting ahead of the box. A chance, potentially, for him to get spotted on the retreat.
So good with this weapon.
Yeah, he is, yeah. He's even holding for the jump peak here. Confirmation will be found. Boo and Riens find the other 2 members of Fnatic. Chronicle. Desperate.
You can't stop him. He's trying to do something with this. And it's not looking fair. It's not looking fun, but it's great for Heretics. Another in-zone flawless. I don't want to talk about reverse sweeps. It's way too early at 7-7. But
Yeah, it's way too early. Let's get Fracture out of the way first.
okay, so I just need to get onto Lotus. And then
We need to get to Lotus, then second half of Lotus we'll start talking about it.
Second half I have to wait.
Control yourself.
I'm making a note of that. Second half Lotus. Don't lose now, Heretics. Let's see, though. The start they'd have dreamed of. Can they build on this, however? Fnatic with a cold start. The amount of flawlesses you heard coming through was there for a reason. So, rough beginnings. Fnatic with very patient approaches.
Certainly is a huge advantage here in terms of the inventory for Fnatic. So Heretics try and slow this down as much as possible. Just got to be careful with the spam here. Actually, we'll draw out utility just on this first peak. See a second smoke, I believe, from Boo, yeah. So the first to secure B main. Obviously, with cages committed from Benji. Nothing really to offset that. This Heretics composition. Pressure starting to build for them. Fnatic looking to stack back up towards B, but this judge could cause problems for anybody progressing through Arcade here.
Boo can buy time. He's still got another smoke. He's still got his molly. Now they can disrespect it, but still gonna put the pressure on them. The passive reveal, not gonna get anything. You can see that pause for thought here. A little labored, but it's fine. Job done. Bo's gonna take down Riens, but this is the only factor that could change it. This judge up towards the tower, gonna get down the first. He survived. He does get caught in the end. Takes away Boaster though, so back down to this 2v3. It's not impossible. Any more kills, and it's actually pretty costly. It looks like there was an adjustment of routing.
I was going to say, Minibu dropped his weapon for that, so luckily able to get the Bulldog back in hand.
Ooh, look at this post-bomb positioning. Woot's done really well. Woot's pathing was excellent for this. They're going to know where both players are. Minibu, I don't think you can get past this utility, though, right? Like, has to just wait it out for those salvos. And they've got bodies now to throw. This Crashes can just take that swing. Now they lose out on 3 Vandals there, Mike. That is a costly round, but necessary for Fnatic.
Absolutely. See if, well, what Fnatic can string together here. Again, almost when you see Boo, you think Fnatic in a position to isolate him. Maybe conscious of somebody playing up close with a stinger or something like a judge, actually, as well. Unfortunately, Alpha, I guess his ranked struggles continue.
Bless him.
I'll have to go back and check that.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested.
Actually, thing to note here, Woot coming into this now. An operator in hand early on in the half.
Whoa! Kayak!
He was just smirking as well, by the way.
I'm without words. Show me that one on the replay. Down to 4 though. And Rien's feeling pretty alone here. He doesn't have much help. Benji trying to get closer, but that's a pixel spotted, but Rien's not gonna be cleared. Tries to get ahead of the stun, but Kayak again clearing house. Mini boot.
Crash is watching for him.
Oh, the timing. This round feels so sewn up for Fnatic. Kayak just can't seem to lose.
34 HP, 3 on the round for him. He's certainly not done just yet. Boo, the last on the chopping board. Kayak's probably going to get a little curious towards spawn. Stun will come through. It's actually Alpha to find it. 2 to the good now for Fnatic. And actually the finances of Heretics going to be stinging after 2 losses. Oh. And he's actually walking onto that. Again, this smoke almost deep enough to set that in motion. Almost baiting Woot into peak. You've got to favour, especially a player like Woot.
Your country, bro. Let's go, bro. Nice
Operator in hand. Frustration starting to show on the faces of the Heretics players, Lauren.
Again, they can't really afford to let it slip. As much as we've seen Heretics have a great start in this half, you can see where the scoreboard resides, 9-7. Those first 2 maps in Fnatic's hands. And Miniboo trying and takes away Kayak. That's a big scalp to claim, though. Oh, that's
so could cause issues here. She able to get out. It's only really Boaster and Crashies to bear the brunt of that. Plenty of ultimates here, though. All Fnatic. Big ultimates. Boaster and Crashies. If they're called upon here in the anti-eco. It's Riens and Benji.
Wow, my eyes are down.
Tasked with holding down B. Can remove now. That'll be the green light for Fnatic. It's going to be forced into an awkward position, but not taking any damage here.
This feels a little bit uncomfortable, but for Fnatic, they've got the side, but you're looking again towards Tower a little bit here with Benji, but he's only got a ghost. Okay.
Only a ghost?
Yeah, my bad. Apparently haunting Tower like it's free. Look at this, Benji's still up here. What is that, Benji? 1's already ridiculous, 2's just unfounded. And now Boaster has got to go nuclear here. He's trying to fight forward, but Benji does the unthinkable this round.
Could be a huge swing round here for Heretics. Still going to be a purchase behind this for Fnatic, yes, but a pay safe card Thrifty here in round 17. Could be something to pin your hopes to.
Jesus, I didn't know I could curse like this, honestly. This, and the second.
But yeah, the second's so rough for Alpha. But credit where credit's due, Benji flipping this on his head. A chance to tie things up. Kayak will have his ultimate here. Rifles across the board elsewhere for Fnatic.
What's this then?
I wish everyone could hear. But moving straight, clean against classics, Lauren.
Yeah, it's fine. It's all
Fnatic
good.
has a 92% win rate against eco rounds. 3rd highest globally.
Marvelous news.
Mark your calendars, round 17, Fracture. There was a ghost in there, actually. That's it against classics.
Don't start misbehaving. It's a close game. It's 9-8. I need to stay focused. Kayak's got ult. Boaster's got out. Who's got it on the other side? Okay, Woot's got his. Boo's got his. And Rien's 1 away. Mini Boo 2 away. This could be a big old round here.
So that's really the swing round that Heretics
Portal closed.
would have been asking for. Can they follow through, though? Really see much of an adjustment here from Fnatic. The attacking side, but Actually, Heretic's going to get a little proactive here, rewarded. Oh, and actually Alpha can't counterbalance that. 2 clean kills for Heretics, barely any damage.
But I like that. I like seeing them coming up with something new, right? Like how much freedom and how much damage has Kayak been able to do. Cool, let's face him with 3. It's been great. And then obviously Alpha, you can see the frustration almost on his face there, a little bit about it. Just like, you know, unable to get much damage done. But seeing Heretics turning those screws a little bit just at the end here.
30 seconds left.
Showing signs of life.
Fnatic just going to try and sit this one out, to be honest with you. Chronicle's at 2650. Kayak does have his ultimate, so purchase will be there. I guess kind of mitigating any sort of swing round that the previous could become.
10
in terms of stringing anything together beyond that. We'll tie things up though, Heretics at 9 apiece. So actually now with some key ultimates on their side, the Showstopper, the Orbital Strike, Rian's a mini boot just on the brink as well. Beginning to get very, very tense here.
Yeah, you can feel the kind of tension between these two teams. Very scared to make these moves. Now you've got Heretics starting to kind of get a bit more creative in moments as well, willing to take chances, which is bold at this point to get it back to 9 apiece.
Yeah, this isn't the risk-taking territory, really, you want to be in the grand finals, trailing by 2 maps.
Alright, got ult. Looks like he's intending to use it this one. And Crashies couldn't quite get as much info on the side he wanted, and look, he's already
Woot's
backfilled that.
yeah. A little bit of a standoff. So the Cam want to try and set something in motion here, actually. I was say whether or not Fnatic are going to progress through B main. Rien's
right there. I'm waiting to see if he gets what he wants here. There's the camera. They're going to be scurrying away. It was a trap play that sends them off, but it feels like they've barely seen each other. We're at 50 seconds, and that was the first real contact we found.
So diligent from Fnatic, though, to sniff this out. Now Kayak helps the ultimate. As he comes through, Woot will fall.
Yeah, the floodgates could have opened them, but Rien stops it in his tracks. Takes a lot of damage for it. He doesn't know about the push-up coming through from main already. The pressure from Sand was there. And Benji now on an island. Can he thrive? And can he even survive at this point? Looking for one, he gets it. Isolates Alpha. Tucks it towards that pillar side. Spam! He's got it! Chronicle down! But you can see already Crashies just shifting past each other in the smoke.
Oh my god.
No idea about it. Crashies on the site. You got something for us, Crashies? You're going to know there was someone nearby. You're going to know that Benji was near you. But you've only got 10 seconds. I don't know if he's going to be able to pry these players out of place here. Yeah, it's already faded here. There's too many bodies against some Heretics. They'll play you at this game. They'll play the trap plays. They'll sit there and be as patient as you are, Fnatic. If that's your game plan, you might need to go back to the drawing board.
Again, it's just so crazy to watch this one play out the way it does. It's only really Rien's to slow this down. Crashies finds the trade, but it's Benji to find these 2 kills that almost seal Fnatic's fate in round 19. Force out a timeout once again.
They've broken the money on this too, really.
Yeah.
I mean, there's going to be maybe some, they could get some bits and pieces, but it's certainly not.
I mean, yeah, everybody except Chronicle. I think obviously previously he was the one that was, when he was on that save round, he was one sitting at 2600, so.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, he doesn't look bothered.
Well, yeah. He's happy to come in with a ghost here, apparently.
If I say only the ghost, Benji's spirit will appear.
Oh, well.
High pressure game, guys.
Yeah,
guys, to finals, please.
Alpha as well. It's only Boaster. Boaster's the is Crashy still awake? Nope.
Nope.
It's just Boaster.
Brilliant. Really trying to do your little chat. You know, you've done your timeout. Coaches trying to get you pumped up, get you focused. You're like, just napping. Just napping. That's affecting every single region now.
Yeah, it's curious of how the purchase will lie. And Chronicle actually trading out to a Guardian. So expecting Crashies and Boaster to buy out as well, but light shields across the board.
Go, go, go.
Can't spot any gaps in utility initially, but can spot a pace change here. U2 invested early on to set Kayak in motion. There's Woot on the other side with an operator.
And he was pretty good with that as well. Combat opping almost, right? Willing to take challenges. Again, this tempo from Fnatic. They even sat the chairs up yet. Steady work, yes, but it's bloody cautious, isn't it?
Isn't it? I think they're maybe just anticipating Heretics to get a little aggressive, but it's not going to happen this late on in the game on map 3.
Unchecked on? Makes me a little bit nervous. Okay, so Salvo's there. Operator
noted now, yeah.
But you're going to look at the util coming in, waiting for that player to slide on up. And Woot's in a lot of trouble here, trying to pick his target. Tower's already taken. He's got nowhere to really run here. And now there's danger. Fnatic crunching on the site. Late as anything. But fashionably late at this point. Plant's going to be coming in, and they've done the job now.
Naturally, Alpha looking to apply even more pressure. Rians finds a response, but a 1v4 now. Asked of him to prevent Fnatic from tying things up once more. Good for the second as well, actually.
Get these two separated. I could see how you could maybe get Boaster.
Still got util, though.
Okay, Salvos. Teo, fun agent, I promise. Oh. I almost believed for a second. You got me a little bit interested in what was going down there, but slow and steady seeming to win the race for Fnatic.
Yeah, really been able to slow things down here. Yeah, at this point, again, it still felt as if they were going to struggle to find Woot. Actually, he's the last to fall on this side. Yeah. The reinforcements come through.
Nice. That's how we play, boys. That's how Valorant is so easy game. Let's go.
Oh, it's an easy game.
Well, it's just an easy game.
I've been struggling so much.
10-10, easy game. Well, let's see just how easy you can follow through on that statement.
Go, go,
Ults. Heretics here. You're going to see them, whoa, might actually, yeah, progress through very early on in the round this time around.
So hard to hold for Woot as well. He's under so much pressure coming in towards that tower. He succeeded on the first though, but fell on the second. Chronicle going to clear tower and take the site. You look at who's left for Heretics, Benji, closest by. The rest are still in spawn. This methodical take that's been working wonders on B is once again there. Benji strikes though. You can see how disconnected the others were. No one pushed up from that B main cross, hadn't pushed up from Arcade, but Crashies falls.
Now, Alpha has to make the walk of death here in the wide swing. Throws him off guard. Fortunately, the response is found, and 5 HP now left for Kayak to try and find something left here. So revealed by the neural theft as well.
Kayak, 5 HP.
30 seconds left.
Get across to try and find the spike as well.
He'd have to hit.
Still a trip to play off
as well. Yeah.
I got spike.
Hey, tap. Oh god, this all it's just insta-death. Everything can kill you, including the volley. Boo's gonna put him out of his misery beforehand. And Heretics this time handle it. It feels like, again, that one moment from Benji saved them that round.
But a 2-for-1 trade favors Fnatic, but again, they're just still so hesitant to commit towards the spike plant. That's what I believe, yeah, Chronicle falls out in the open, yeah. And this is after the smokes have dropped, I believe after the cages from Alpha have been invested. Almost a full purchase still available.
Let's go.
11 on the board now for Heretics. Got to argue if Fnatic want to close this out in 3. It has to be here in round 22.
Pace. Oh, what? Crashies. How is he coming out of this looking so calm? The guy is so ice cold. But Fnatic punching right back. They tried to get aggressive, Heretics, and well, Woot's gonna go for it again, it looks like, but Crashies is still fine. This is towards the corner. Woot looking kind of confused as to where to be really keeping control of.
So now unable to win out on Arcade either, so they have to retreat. Benji still committed towards A site as well. Fnatic will let this breathe for a moment, allow that pressure to mount on Heretics.
I'm out of here.
Will actually consider the possibility of A site. Only Kayak to take some damage here, and it's
big boy Benji though.
He's got to go huge once again. Been called upon previously on this site to anchor for Heretics.
30 seconds left.
What you got for us this time?
Less talking, more doing. Wait.
Stalled. 20 seconds. This is getting a little bit dangerous. Benji does survive, but only for a second. Kayak catches, pushing through the smoke. And even with late time, there's still enough for this plant. Woot's options are pretty much zero.
Definitely. Still 5 standing for Fnatic. Stuck behind this trip, so gonna give this one up. Fnatic will tie things up once more. The perch is still gonna be pretty comfortable for Heretics. Boo still got the ultimate, Mini Boo with his as well. So definitely tools to throw at this. But with potentially an in-zone flawless, it could be a bit of a boom to Fnatic here, because yeah, think about it, Boaster one away, Kayak one off as well, and Crashy's not a million miles away. Financial reset for Heretics could come at a pretty awkward time here in the map.
I'm worried. I am worried about this, and this was, again, I have to say it, Crashies is such a composed player.
He is, yeah.
It's just how calm he is about everything, how he's handling this pressure coming in, and the tempo change. We saw the Fnatic were taking a very long time on their approaches, letting them sweat, letting them almost marinate right at that point. So to try and take the advantage, I get that from Heretics, but something they don't like, right? And I'm curious if it's Niels and Weber, or if it's more of a Boo conversation. I imagine it would be Niels and Weber having this chat.
It would, because, like I said, lots of things to consider. Actually, even looking here, not there's a rifle on the floor. We'll have to check back in, but funds already starting to dwindle now after a few rounds traded back and forth here. So you've got to feel like it's a financial advantage at least for Fnatic in that regard. And they're the ones now with a round in hand can maybe allow things to get a little scrappier. Oh, this looks like just a check-in reminder of a few things here.
Well, you can see the near-on silence from the actual players, right?
Yeah,
There's no conversation amongst them. Very much just sitting there kind of being talked to at this point, be it, again, they've got a couple of ults here, Mike, right? They do have this ult with Mini Boo, they do have Boo with his as well, and it feels like it feels almost like a game of chicken with when does Fnatic then kick up the pace? Because they're playing these really slow, cautious, and coming out of time like this, it's almost encouraging them to do so, right?
Certainly would feel that way. Certainly would look that way as well to kick things off.
A deep trip as well.
Well, ready.
Didn't catch anybody out on that though. Almost looks like it was a full retake setup once again. Maybe Fnatic leaning into that. We almost want them to progress a little faster on the other side though. Just now exploring towards Arcade. Lucky that Fnatic haven't followed through on this just yet.
They're targeting almost towards Benji. It seems wild, but we are seeing that investment of the ult from Mini Boo. About that 50-second marker now. Timer starting to become a factor. Didn't see too much, but here comes the play, and Benji once again can't withstand the pressure. It's too much on him. Identifying him solo almost, and creating that pressure and punishing. And Heretics, though, fighting back, clearing through from main. Kayak gets one for himself, though, so keeping it this 3v3.
Boo to invest the ultimate as well. Kayak now slipping ahead of these smokes now. We'll find one. Mini Boo will fall. Spots Boo as well.
Oh, he's done wonders here. So much from him, but Boo withstands. I thought that was on the money, but no. Crashies is cleared. Heretics not down yet. Alpha called upon 1v1. Oh, he's got it this time. Maybe Valorant is a little easy for this guy.
The Red Bull clutch to put Fnatic on map, series, and championship point here. And the finances of Heretics going to be rattled. Kayak again, just toying with expectations once more.
But I thought Heretics had done enough there, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you see the molly, what Alpha has to walk through.
You beautiful man! Sit down! Sit down! Sit down!
The curse begins, but the pace is off to another big start here.
Purchase is awful as well. 2 rifles, 1 Guardian, Stinger and a Sheriff for Heretics to keep this dream alive on Fracture.
There. Rienz was good before, but this might be a shot in the dark. It seems like it, right? Seas goes down, might catch the secondary part of the pack, isolates the first. Boo gonna pick that up. Heretics holding on here. Woot quick to get to that. Grabs that in hands, and Fnatic forced down to 4. Looking for another fight, though. They're just through towards Sand.
Almost Boo considering full rotation. Rien's gonna buy a ton of information here, and actually, Heretics fighting back. There's gas left in the tank, Lauren.
Yeah, they ain't done yet. Crashies and Chronicle left to try and command this space. Carve away some of these players, but Heretics digging deep on this one.
This is how we actually, the fault line combination here will actually force Boo forwards a little bit. It's only 1 kill, but Rienz finds a response once more. Crashies, 29 HP.
And Rienz has done so well here. That Seas that came in, isolating Kayak from the others, but Crashies has to walk into the Lion's Den here. Woot on top, and Heretics taking us the distance now, tying us all up even at 12 apiece. It's OT.
Almost deserving, of an overtime here.
Look, you know what happens when Alpha stands up. The curse begins. But Heretics happy with that one. They'll take this every day of the week.
Absolutely. Chance here maybe to catch a breath, because like I said, this purchase, awful. Boaster looking a little frazzled there. Really just came down to the utility of Heretics being timed to perfection. As previously it's been Benji to hold down the fort here on A site. Heretics actually reinforce this hold. Kayak, ultimate in hand.
I mean, this was imperative before. Lovely.
Bold to shoulder that smoke as well, though.
That's got to be reinvigorating, though, for Heretics, right? After a really hard fought for map here.
You don't ever want to be in a position to try and force overtime with a broken bite.
Yeah.
It's a massive, massive confidence builder for them as well.
Stop opting for the judge as well.
See, this position can do wonders with it.
I feel like it's going to be rewarded, but let's find out. They are very much
not going to be expecting that in overtime.
They're knocking on the door here. Fnatic got to be ready for what's coming their way. Heretics starting to surround, but it's Alpha to take away Benji. And hello to the judge! Already takes away one. Most does fall, and Woot gets into the action. It's all on Rienz. A 1v3. As Fnatic held down the site well. That Spike
30
just
seconds
too far
left.
away. Try and slip back through and pick that up.
I had the spike.
Smoke's fading. He gets away. All 3 on this side of the map.
He can't really isolate any of those engagements, though. So he has to go huge.
And it ain't gonna happen. Blink and you miss it. Picture perfect in the end from Kayak. 13-12. Map, series, championship point now back in hand. Do they close out this time, or will Heretics take us another go of things?
Rough here as well. Walk into that. Expect Heretics to maybe call a timeout here with the reset and overtime.
Alfie, me and you, we're going to be like a mowing the lawn truck bulldozer.
Mowing the lawn truck bulldozer. Iconic words from the leader of Fnatic.
What does that mean?
Ever the poet is Boaster.
Can you even guess what that would mean?
Nope.
Now, At this point for Heretics, though, the tempo that Fnatic have been bringing in has been very, very slow. We've seen that cautiousness, right? That
But they have, I mean, they have
steps.
started to play with that a little bit.
Yes.
Which is why it's got to feel like, I mean, for Heretics, you're almost walking on eggshells.
Scared in a way.
And some of these calls in the mid round have got to feel so awkward almost. Fnatic looking to compose themselves ahead of round 26. Said Heretics fighting for survival here in this best of 5.
And they're trying, you can't say they're not, digging into this one. It hasn't been an easy game by any means. We've got high quality Valorant between these two.
I hate to say it as well, Fracture would have been at least in the opening half of this, the one that you would probably call a little more clear cut.
Yes, you would.
This is the one Heretics come alive on.
Let's stay focused on this. We need resilience from Heretics and singular focus from Fnatic. This round means so much, and an aggressive start. Heretics, oh, they take the fight and they win it. A 2-to-1 trade out here. Taking away Kayak, taking away Crashies. That's a big advantage.
Miniboot tagged up though, down to 32 HP. Other side of the map, Alpha not sniffed out just yet. Again, it's not as if he's got space to move into. Oh, spots Riens, trying to shoulder that angle. Deny the information of the reveal as well. Still question marks here for Heretics.
Here's Benji. You can see the hesitation, caution. He's being kept to this position now. Chronicle maybe looking to tee up Alpha. Trade outs of Util. All three heading this way. Beat Benji. Support Riens. Try and deal with this. 8 seconds still on that horn. Smokes up. It's simplistic in approach. Riens, temptation. He wants to walk the smoke.
Considering it, yeah.
And now mirrored fights, bloody hell. They don't know how close they are. 20 seconds. Fnatic needs to move forward here. And it's on a knife's edge. But Chronicle gets the key kill. That's the site open. 10 seconds.
Dropping the plant as well. Boaster will get the ultimate off this. So Molly, Aftershock, and ult here available for Fnatic. And actually used proactively here, maybe to force Heretics back a little bit.
And it gets him in a nice post-plant position. Very unexpected. Beautiful from him and unnoted to Heretics' eye. Alpha to try and complement the cross, but Miniboo's going to get the 1v1. Wins it on the crouch peak. Now down to Kron and Alpha. Kron takes away Miniboo. Down to Boo and Riens. Trying to build in. Held back again.
Aftershock.
Oh, it's huge. Util poured on, force forward. Alpha strikes and Chronicle on the trade. Fnatic reminding everyone who they are.
Fantastic performance here in the grand finals. A clean 3-0. Heretics coming alive, fighting to the bitter end, but it feels like, unfortunately today, outclassed in the opening of this series.
Yeah.
Again, there's no shame in that.
No, absolutely not. I think both of these teams have put on a fantastic display. As said, the only ones to do true damage to each other really throughout regulation and into those upper bracket games where they met. But Heretics today falling just that bit short at the end, taken to OT. Gotta say it as well, to my eye, Kayak, what a player. I mean, Crashy's stoic as ever, but for me, it was really Kayak coming alive in a big game. That, to me, was the big thing. We were waiting to see if that was the case, and he looked absolutely on the money.
Absolutely did, and the confidence just brimming. See as well, the whole team, even talking about that earlier on in the cast, how good Fnatic have felt as a team internally. The dynamics, the energy. Absolutely deserved, Lauren.
Yeah, it is. Trophy there. It's all theirs now. A brilliant season from Fnatic. Looking vintage, looking reformed, looking brand new going forward.
Finding some of that 2023 magic once more. And yeah, it's unfortunate to only see a 3-0 here, but like I said, it's a testament to just how good Fnatic are. And have found themselves once again, to be honest. Think about some of the questions coming into not just this year, but this stage as well.
Very nice.
No strangers to this sort of moment. Another trophy found as well for Milan stepping into this team. Certainly been lots of improvements, lots of positives to build upon.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant run through and through. And as said, almost wish we went further here. A 3-0 doesn't almost feel fair, but the form that they've hit as of late, hard to deny, really.
Absolutely. Like I said, there's no shame in Heretics, obviously, falling like this in the grand finals. Everybody having their moment down on stage here for Fnatic.
And look, there were doubts about this roster, doubts about some of the changes, some of the pickups, some of the players. I think a lot of those doubts should be corrected now. I think a lot of people now should be excited to what they can achieve going forward. Not much more to say here, really, Mike. Seems it's picture time for the boys. Even Ringer's down there.
Ringers gets his moment as well.
Yeah, maybe he can be the trophy lift. Get him in on it. Oh no, he can hear us. Yeah, it's been a good season for them so far, and it's Toronto now, really, is the big next part of all this. How far do they go internationally? That is the question, really, on everyone's lips.
Obviously, with this form to carry across towards a global event, Fnatic going to be feeling themselves, certainly. Like we are getting the interview ready, Lauren.
Hopefully. Just getting those mics handed out now. Commentating, just getting interviews ready. As it looks like Yinzu. We good, Yinzu? How we looking? Yeah, solid? All right, we're gonna pass it down to you. It looks like you're ready to go, and I'm sure you've got a lot to be asked and said of the boys in front of you.
Thank you very much, Pansy. I'm good. Are you guys good?
It's okay. It's
pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Now, I've had the pleasure of getting a sneak peek with this trophy last week, and everybody was telling me it's heavy. It's the heaviest trophy we've ever had. You've actually lifted it. Boaster, I think, died over lifting it. How heavy is it actually? Was it a problem?
I mean, as you can see, Jake almost passed out lifting it, so
it's pretty heavy.
Quite heavy.
Even for you?
It's pretty heavy. I know, it's pretty heavy.
You've been hitting in the gym though.
Yeah, it's heavy though.
I will say, I don't think a lot of people know this, but domestically, Crashies, this has kind of eluded you in Americas. You never actually
Isn't it weird that my first domestic trophy is in another region? Like, I was thinking about that. It's very weird.
In the best region. In the best region. But yeah, you've never had that chance in Americas. I'm sure you never dreamed of doing it over here, but now you have lifted this very heavy trophy. As the best team in EMEA, how does that feel?
Feels really good, especially to do it with this great group of guys. We've been through so much like this past season and during kickoff. Just worked a lot on ourselves and as a team, and it just feels really special for me, honestly.
There was not much of a reaction from you when you guys won. What was going through your mind?
We were just trying to stay composed in the moment. It was such a back and forth game, and like it was like for me, I was just like I couldn't believe it.
And Kayak, you have actually lifted a trophy on this stage before, although not a Tier 1 one. You had your Ascension one, and right after winning Ascension, after kickoff, and now finally being able to do this. Is this the same for you, that it doesn't feel real yet?
Yeah, I think it's the same. It's like, yeah, I mean, there is trophy. We won it, so it feels kind of weird.
I would say, though, you won it from an insane performance from you. That was some of the best I think we've seen on the stage. And of course, as you would remember, a lot of people used to say, yeah, Kayak, he's good online. He's just an onliner. So anything you want to say to those doubters now you've lifted a trophy on stage and carried?
No, I'm not a bad guy, so I'm not gonna say anything to the haters. But I think I just had to get comfy on stage and believe in myself, and here we are.
The only thing you have is confidence, I think. I want to ask both of you this same question next. What has been the biggest motivating factor for the two of you since kickoff?
Maybe just like the team and like proving that we can do it with this team, and because especially after kickoff, I feel like a lot of people were doubting me and doubting him as well. So I think we just had like a special moment and just realized like we really wanted to prove ourselves, and especially like I said, to do it with this team is just so special. So
I agree with him. I think just to prove ourselves, and for me it was like performing good on the stage. So
Do you think it helped that all of you seem to have the same goal? I've asked all of you this question. You all gave me the same answer.
Yeah, definitely. I think our goals align. Personality-wise, we're so aligned as well. Everything just makes sense in this team, and yeah, like I mean, yeah, we just showed it.
All right, I'm gonna get to the bottom of this, because I think at this point we've used the word vibes so much with you guys. It's kind of almost overused, but you keep bringing this answer to the stage. You know, it's because of the vibes. What have you actually done? What have you done to build this synergy practically? What do, you know, behind the scenes?
I think you cannot build it. You just have to feel it. If it's like the right team, and I think this team is the right team, so we just have the vibes.
I think it just comes naturally. Like, we just enjoy playing with each other every day. We enjoy coming to practice every day, the process every day. I talk about it so much with this team, but we really enjoy the process of practicing and like arguing and getting over arguments and just having fun with each other every single day. So it's just special.
What about outside the server? Do you, I mean, you spend a lot of time with each other, right? Do you still spend a lot of time with each other outside the server?
A lot. I would say a lot.
Depends. Sometimes we do something, but that depends on the
occasion.
And occasion. Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like everyone's trying to replicate this secret sauce that's going on behind the scenes, but apparently it's just, you gotta have it naturally. For you, Crashies, there's been a lot of Prime Crashies is back, you know, he's back now. Do you see it that way, or do you think maybe we haven't seen Prime Crashies yet?
I think I've been playing at a very consistent level, especially in playoffs and Split 1. I think I've just been very consistent. I wouldn't say this is like my prime. I still feel like I have a lot to give and a lot to show. So, I mean, I am happy with my performance throughout. And yeah, I mean, no prime yet, though.
No prime yet? I mean, Kayak, surely. You got so many years to go. You got, what, like 10 years before we reach your prime?
At least 10.
Yeah? You look forward to that?
Yeah. So far, so good. So no.
More trophies to come. More trophies to come. And very last question before I let you go. Anything you would like to say? Friends, family, any dedications after winning this trophy?
Thank you all to everyone coming out today. We appreciate you so much. We love you guys. Appreciate you. Appreciate everyone supporting online.
Kayak? Wait, we'll wait for his moment. In EMEA, Crashies.
I know, it's special. It's special.
Did you ever get this love in North America?
No. So yeah. You guys are special.
Hell yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah. So of course, shout out to the fans and shout out to the family, because I think a lot of people from my family were watching, and shout out to my girlfriend because she's the best person.
Very sweet. Very, very sweet. Thank you so much, the two of you, for joining me. Congratulations once again. Try and give it a few more lift if you want, you know, it's gonna be there. But the show is not over, because for now, I'm going to send this over to Mitchman to bring you guys the VCT EMEA Stage 2 draw show.
Hello everyone and welcome to the VCT EMEA Stage 2 Draw Show. This is where we decide the Alpha and Omega groups for Stage 2, with all 12 teams eager to see who their opponents will be. For this draw, the teams will be seeded according to the final standings from the VCT Stage 1 regular season. Teams are then grouped into 3 separate pools: first and second seed in Pool 1, third and fourth seed in Pool 2, and fifth and sixth seed in Pool 3. Jankut from the VCT EMEA Competitive Operations team will then draw 1 slip from each pool. The seeds drawn from each pool will swap places so that we get new, exciting group stage matchups for Stage 2. For example, if seed 1 is drawn from Pool 1, Team Heretics and Team Liquid would swap places. The other team will then be drawn from the other bowl, just so we can confirm they're there. We would then continue with pools 2 and 3 following the same system before we get our VCT EMEA 2025 Stage 2 groups. Jankut, please draw the slip from pool 1 to see which seeds will swap places. And that says seed number 2. That means that Fnatic and BBL Esports will be swapping places. Heretics and Liquid stay where they are, and could you please draw the other ball to confirm to us that seed 1 is written in there? Fantastic. Okay, with that, we'll now move on to pool 2. Let's take a look at which team will be swapping places and which teams will remain. That will be seed number 3, representing Natus Vincere and Foot Esports. Those teams will now swap places as Team Vitality and Carmine Core stay as they are. Let's just draw out the other ball and confirm that seed 4 is written there. And as we can see, it absolutely is. Now on to the final pool, pool number 3. Please draw one of the 2 balls. It should say seed 5 or 6. Seed 5 would be Giant X and Movistar Koi. Seed 6, Apex and Gentlemates. And with seed 6 being the draw, Apex and Gentlemates will now swap to the opposite groups, leaving Movistar Koi and Giant X behind. Jankut, could you please confirm that the other bowl has seed number 5 in it? Fantastic. So, everything's gone according to plan. There you have it. The VCT EMEA Stage 2 groups. In Alpha, we have Heretics, BBL, Foot Esports, Team Vitality, Giant X, and Gentlemates. And in Omega, Team Liquid, Fnatic, Na'Vi, KC, Movistar Koi, and Apex. For more on the VCT EMEA Draw Show, here's Yinsu with some reactions from the players.
Not just any players. I'm joined by Boaster, Chronicle, and Flyer from Koi as well. Now, Flyer, I'm going to come to you straight away. You've been drawn into a group with these guys. How do you feel about that? Because I don't think you guys have ever played against. You never played against them before.
Never. I mean, I'm excited. You know, it's more teams to play against. I mean, first year here in Europe, so I've only played against these guys like very few amount of times. So now that we're swapping, I get more chance to play more people. You know?
Coming for the throne?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, I love that. And how do you guys feel about your new group?
I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, we barely saw it.
Oh.
But I mean, we have Liquid in group.
Yep, KC,
we have
Liquid,
KC?
Na'Vi, Koi, and Apex. On my memory.
Oh, those are some tasty games.
I think it's another very strong group. I think compared to others. I mean, it's just my opinion, but it's fine.
And who are you most looking forward to playing in your group?
KC.
For sure KC. For sure KC.
Oh, KC. All right. And what about Koi?
I play Koi.
You guys haven't faced them yet. And the tank is back as well. I saw Batty G and a Monster here in the studio too. So Batty G, that's your nemesis.
No, we don't talk about that. He's over there.
He's over there.
I've already seen him.
I mean, we can set up a great beef between Koi. We will show who is the better American today. Not today.
True. Oh my goodness.
Oh, Flyer. Do you know about the Batty G Boaster law?
Never, no.
100% win rate, Batty G. Never lost.
We're gonna keep it then.
Yeah, they're gonna keep it, but
Just don't put him on Phoenix on Haven. That guy's swinging me CT.
Put him on Phoenix on Haven.
We'll try.
Yeah, put him on Phoenix on Haven. Explain the law a little bit, just for the people that don't know, you know?
He was a part of Ballistic, wasn't he?
Ballista, yeah.
The Ballista, that
and
was
that
it.
time he stood in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, Batty G, was he 30-0 me that day game?
He did.
Yeah, he 30-0 me. Angel was on Jet too.
Oh, no, he didn't, because he stepped in for Angel. Shao was IGLing.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, on Haven, it was to qualify for Germany and stuff, and yeah,
the one that
Ballista,
Kron
they knocked us out, and I had the worst stat line ever. I had to make it my screensaver for like the rest of the year.
He made them end their roster. They had to make roster changes after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a pretty good game, but that is all the time we have here for now, because would you believe it, another draw show, and this time is for Masters Toronto.
Sheesh. Oh, shoot.
Welcome everyone to the Masters Toronto Draw Show. 12 teams from around the world will battle it out for glory in Canada, but they will not all be at the same starting line. The champions from each international league have claimed the first seed and will receive a bye straight into the playoffs. But of course, seeds 2 and 3 from each region will have to compete in a Swiss stage where only 4 of them will meet the first seeds waiting on the other side. Therefore, we are here to decide the opening matchups for the Swiss stage. I am joined by Junket from the VCT EMEA competitive operations team to conduct the draw. But of course, before we start, let's quickly run through the rules. We will be drawing teams from 2 different pools, one containing the second seeds and another one containing the third seeds. Firstly, we will be placing all of the second seeds on the bracket, and then when we have all the 4, we will draw their opponents. And remember, just like before, teams from the same region cannot face each other in round 1. So if 2 teams from the same region are drawn into the same matchup, we will move the third seed into the next valid slot. And in case that happens in the last slot, they will swap with the team immediately before them. Our second seeds are Team Heretics, Sentinels, Gen G, and Wolves Esports. And our third seeds are Team Liquid, MIBR, PaperX, and Bilibili Gaming. So please, Junket, let's start with the first team from Pool A, which contains seeds 2. And the first one is going to be Gen G. Okay, let's proceed with the second one. I have all the stickers here ready. Second team, Bilibili. Wait, we'll get to the matchup soon enough. Get a little spin. Sentinels. So the last one should be, let's open that ball. Team Heretics. I guess we'll have to wait until the end to see who Heretics is going to be playing up against. Now that we have all our second seeds, let's move on to the third seeds. Remember, no regional matchups allowed. And Gen G is going to be going up against MIBR. That's juicy. That is very juicy. Bilibili Gaming will go up against Team Liquid. Oh my god, this is exciting. Anything could happen for the last 2. Sentinels will go up against Wolves. Okay. Making their international debut, which will leave Team Heretics going up against PaperX. Not bad at all. Thank you very much. So that concludes the draw show for the opening round of Masters Toronto. So let's quickly run through the matchups. We have Gen G going up against MIBR, Bilibili against Team Liquid, Sentinels against Wolves, Team Heretics against PaperX. And while these are the matchups, this, remember, does not have to necessarily be the schedule. So be sure to keep an eye on our socials so you know when each match is happening. Thank you very much for all the help, and thank you for watching our VCT EMEA Grand Final. We are so excited to watch our Masters teams compete at the second global event of 2025 and celebrate the 5th anniversary of VALORANT together with our fans in Toronto. So do not miss the opening day of the Swiss stage on June the 7th. We'll see you there.
Like in my dreams.
Woo!
It's both set to sign it and seal it. 13-4, Mike. What an absolute showing. They're making Heretics look amateur. I look good. I look good. This is a nightmare for Heretics, and they can't seem to wake up.
Oh my god! Inhuman fleek, bro.
Boo desperate to hold on, but it's all over. 13-9, Fnatic pulling it together just at the end there. And Wood, oh, that's gorgeous from Wood. That's That's what the doctor ordered.
Nice! Sit down!
Sit down, sit down. Poured on, force forward, Alpha strikes and Chronicle on the trade. Fnatic reminding everyone who they are.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Renegade, Risco, 24. Got him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double 9. Telephone cut that right. Shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my line. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop 1 ring, go break 1 bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put 1 pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Risco, 24. Got him all blood, but I can't come. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got to see 100 the MO. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Scared of my life. Skittles. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin